Hello, 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 hello. I'm back. Yep, yesterday we just killed Cthulhu accidentally because I thought I don't know if I can actually kill it, but I actually killed Cthulhu. So, yeah. Oh yeah. Today, I'm sorry, I don't know what I should do to be honest. A bit more exploring. Good. Oh yeah, I need to get the Goblin event first. For need a lot of wood. I want to make a bossing arena for the Goblin event. So, this is a new NPC. He basically an adventure that sells some stuff. Lollipop. Oh, increase light region. Also, trick or treating. Yeah. Yeah, I need a lot of wood. And after that, I'm just gonna head to the biome. This should. I need like 300 mana, right? Because this armor give me like a 40, like 80 mana, so I close to 300 because I start with 20. Yeah, I'm just chopping wood. I really need to head down underground too. I need a mirror. Teleporting mirror. Yeah, I got a lot of bomb. Wait, now let's head to the corruption biome. Corruption biome is the right side. It look like this. Oh, kind of weird. But yeah, that is a corruption biome. I also need. Oh, oh my god, there's so many wood stuff. Like I kind of want to put in the cabbages to counter poison because the corruption biome actually poisons you now. So, which is kind of weird. Yep. Yeah, I'm dying a lot. But there's a luminous ocean at the beach. It knows salmon reaches 100. Yeah, the one thing I kind of make me kind of feel annoying because like the snow biome is like a giant mountain. Like look at it, it legit is a giant mountain. Ouch. Oh, the soundtrack sound nice. Also. The is a bandit. I feel like Z mod doesn't add a lot of bosses. Look at it, like Star, Space, Scratch on Asian, Avivian, the Destroyers of Twin Peaks, like Dust King, Planter, Alas, Golem. They doesn't. I don't know. Is it mod doesn't adding a lot of bosses, or they just more like I can add on rather than like bossing. I pretty much prefer bossing in Terraria more than add-ons. You know? I guess it's more gonna be fast, gonna be quick, gonna end faster. Yeah, I would after zip mode, I would try to start like river mode or maybe all the mods that add a few stuff in. So yeah, but I came back to Torium. Good play as a healer only. Well, not because like Torium definitely has like that class, but I don't like Torium that much. Personally, I had really bad experience with Torium. Because when I play Torium again longer, it basically like kind of slight problem with Torium where the mob keeps spawning with the boss. You know? And I keep dying because like zombie keeps stopping me, keep fighting me. So, at least no, not cursed. I don't have cursed during that playthrough. Yes. Oh, because the water doesn't poison me. Oh, what is that? I need to head down. If what is that thing? Ooh. Yeah, I need to kill, not kill. At least that shows a hot. The saddle off. Why is there so many bats? Is it mod? Like I killed like 200 of them already. Oh, what is that? I don't know what is that, but I don't know. Again, yes. Yes, there are a lot of demonite ore. Yeah, where? Uh-oh. Dude, what happened to the corruptions? Where is Dogman? No, not Dogman. Where is I forgot what they call the subtle. Wait, is it like a normal hall? Or I'm missing something? The room too small. Oh, I see. Need bigger. No wonder no one moving in, but too small. Yep, this should be big enough. Yep, suitable bathtub and toilet. Here I plan to make like another house here, basically like with a bed and a small table. Here I think you can put like 4 people inside a house before like their like happiness start to like be annoying. So unfortunately, you cannot stack houses anymore. You cannot create like a giant like house for everything because a lot of NPC don't like it. After this done, I'm gonna go to the jungle and try to find the amulet. And after I'm done finding an amulet, uh, I will head to the snow biome to get the snowshoe, and well, maybe after I build the bossing arena first, then I will do it. But not bossing arena, it's more like the goblin tinker thingy. It's like a bad habit of me because I always want to fully hear out before I do anything. Like I want like fully deck out my jacket before I even fight bosses. Yeah. But it shoot out too, I think. Ooh, it look nice. Yeah, it's chasing. Unfortunately, it costs way more mana. Yeah, 7 more damage, but 11% more mana. So, yeah. You là bên phim qua now. This thing is the best fighting against a monster. Yep. The bigger the target, the more damage it can deal. This thing is not bad to the demon. Yeah, I probably need to build a hole on the ground too. Like for example, I'm gonna build a hole here, so I can just teleport down here without like, traveling to the thing. Ow! It throws snowball at me. So what was about it? They don't shoot me. Oh, back to the corruption. I hope I doesn't die again. Because I just died with 4 damage. I mean, I can negate the 4 damage if I got a horseshoe, so... Ow. Uh-oh. Ooh. Better than take 100 damage rather than dead. No vision, so it's so annoying to travel because I don't have any vision. So. Where's it? I don't see any shadow hall. Shadow hall. Yeah, maybe it here or maybe it somewhere middle here. Huh. I had no vision. Oh my god, I cannot jump. What the hell is it? What? Oh, the piranha actually fucking scary. I actually want to. That show is off. Ooh, yours scarab. Yes, it is definitely a boss. Unidentified bloater explores a strange jellyfish that would cause one dream like zero. Caught? You can caught? You can caught jellyfish? I didn't know you can caught the jellyfish. Okay, no more jumping in the water. It's dangerous. There are a lot of like deep water. Because this is gonna be annoying because I have to cross like a giant snow biome just to head there. Ah, I'm gonna they're gonna be annoying. Oh, I never killed that much zombie before. What is that? Raven? Why a Raven attacking me? It appeared two tools. What is that? Ouch. That's it. Definitely like not the base game background music. Ooh, run away. I already got my anklet. Yeah. 55 health. Yeah, the zombie here a lot, man. What? Is it hard just to go and kill the destroy the hot as a saddle off? I just want it to one saddle off, that is. When you destroy the saddle off, you activate the meteorite fallen meteorite and the goblin invasion. That's why I want to destroy the saddle off. But the invasion is good for Goblin Tinker, and meteorite is good for get me a magic weapon. I think they changed the sound. They also changed the soundtrack for the Russian biome. The Russian biome sound. Okay, never mind. It's the same. Okay, so I need to get down here to the middle. Maybe it here. Maybe there's a giant hole here, so I'm assuming. Nope, there's nothing here. God damn it! Oh, it's so annoying because it's so far away, you know. The culture is so far away. I don't want. And I'm gonna wait until day came. Yeah, I've already done some blue month today, so I'm gonna watch something on design. Chilling. Ouch.
Let me show you how much the United States.
I always wanted this chat, guys. I usually have a thing about this. For me, I'm wrong. Let's learn something today.
Military.
Last video.
Over here, you've got Russia, China,
Yeah,
India,
US spent a lot
and
of
other
money
big
on military.
powers.
These
And
are
yet,
for
if you
defensive.
combine them all into one,
I think after the entire 9/11 things, the US spent a lot of money on
the US still
militaries,
spends
yeah.
more than the next 10 countries combined. But I'm interested in what happens inside of this circle. Like, what are we spending our money on?
Wow, freedom, brother.
In here, we'll see everything that the military spends their money on, from salaries for soldiers to elementary schools for their children. We'll see the $21 million helicopters, and these missiles that cost $1.6 million each. And we'll see how much the Pentagon spends on the development of new weapons, new technology, like these ship-based laser weapons. And of course, the most expensive...
Wait, rap means rhythm and poetry?
XQC. Did you know? Rap stand for Rhythm and Poetry. What a revelation, don't you think?
No, fucking way. Rap sample wisdom and poetry?
No, no, you're making some shit up.
And that's quite no way to
Expensive of all, the F-35 fighter jet that will end up costing the taxpayers $2 trillion.
Oh, wow.
We even made a little model of this guy. And like the real thing, the model is continually breaking down. No. Okay, here we go.
The door thing is really hard to put in.
Yeah. Of all the money our Congress budgets to run our government on any given year, almost half of it goes to the military. Here you've got education and there's diplomacy,
it makes
and
sense,
health
yeah.
science, energy, environment. We've been deep in the spreadsheets and the data. Luckily, all of this stuff is pretty public and open to scrutiny, with the goal of visualizing all of this, trying to
Chat, when you're playing Clash of Clans, how much of your base spending goes on defense? I mean, most of it, right?
understand where the money goes, to
about
understand
it.
why the US spends so much more than any other country on its military. And most important of all, to try to answer the question of whether all of this money actually makes us safer.
Almost all of our witnesses before the Armed Services Committee tell us that we are in the most dangerous global threat to security since generations.
This is the Pentagon's budget for 2023. It's how they planned to spend money that year. It turns out that how much they spend on defense is pretty complicated and depends a lot on who you ask. So go to the sources, you can see how we got all these numbers and what decisions we made. The total number we got was $853 billion. That's more than the entire
$800 billion on military. Bro, just give me $1 billion and I was set for like I swear, bro, how it spends so much just for self-defense. But just imagine if there's no threat and there no need to spend a lot of money.
economy
they
of
just-
Switzerland.
That
Let's take a
doesn't
brain
really give me
break
any good idea.
because I want to talk about another kind of budget. An annoying part of my know how to in Canada spend generations and
It's no, we didn't ask.
close to half of all of this money goes to the vague sounding category of operations and maintenance. This is $352 billion that we
makes sense.
spend just on O&M. That's like larger than the entire economy of Portugal. Like just to create the report, to get all these numbers assembled in one place, costs the DoD $269,000. But also, credit to the Pentagon and the US government for giving us all of this very clear data that we can shine a light on and scrutinize.
WSPXQC
A lot of countries aren't this transparent. So anyway, operations and maintenance. This is like all the costs required to keep the Department of Defense, one of the largest organizations.
Here's the
300
brain
billion.
thing of how I would do it then. I would start using most of that money elsewhere, right? But all the military shit, right, is just for show. People think it's also operational, and it's just an illusion, like a blowfish, right? And they're actually spending it on things that matter. But they could convince the world that all the shit is still working, and they're gonna go crazy, but they can't. The shit's
in the
actually
world
garbage.
running. It's a lot of not very sexy stuff like transportation, fuel, maintenance of equipment, administrative costs, training expenses.
Is that
It
much?
includes $39 billion just for the doctors and health services for active duty personnel.
39
And it
billion.
also covers the stuff that you don't really think about when you think of military spending, like environmental cleanup in areas that the military has left unexploded bombs or spilled chemicals in the local environment.
That makes sense.
It also includes
miss that, yeah.
disaster relief and humanitarian money, which is something the military does as well. Here's nearly $1 billion dedicated to anti-drug activities. And
What?
here's $10 million for security at international sporting competitions. This huge category also captures the cost to run every one of the US's approximately 1,250 military bases,
Wait, what? Why
including the
international?
approximately
Never
800
mind.
bases that are not in the United States, that are in other countries, which, by the way, are quite expensive to run because the US military has basically created a slice of America in these other countries. You've got Pizza Hut and McDonald's and Subway and grocery stores with products flown from the United States to make military personnel serving abroad feel like they're right at home. Okay, but let's just pause right here on this map because this is a good moment to recognize that the United States military
What if they weren't there though? What would happen?
is not a normal army. It is not a normal military. Most militaries are tasked with protecting their country, securing their borders. But the US military is so much more than that. It sprawls out throughout the entire globe, giving the US control over every corner of the planet.
I think it'd be naive to say nothing. I think that's brain dead. You say peace, brother. I say World War 3, 4, 5, 6 at the same time.
Allowing the US to be the global policeman, where it enforces the rules and norms of the system that it created and from which it benefits immensely. So, one quick answer to this big question of why the United States spends so much more on its military is actually pretty simple. Because this is the cost of being the global hegemon, the one who gets to enforce the rules and maintain control over the globe.
Basically, they spend so much because like they
Okay, but let's keep going on our budget. That's the point of the video. The next big category here is people, military personnel. $172 billion.
That makes sense.
Pay, benefits, retirement, healthcare for the over 3.4 million soldiers, reservists, and civilian military personnel. By some estimates, the Department of Defense is the largest employer in the world, though it depends on how you count it. The Pentagon also spends a lot of money on recruiting new talent, like the $28 million that they spent on hiring experts who work in artificial intelligence.
Oh, the AI.
Next, the military spends $140 billion on research and development. And a reminder, I know that these numbers are abstract and billion doesn't mean anything to anyone, but like $140 billion, that's the entire economy of Morocco that the Pentagon
Dude,
spends
that doesn't
on
give us
R&D,
any idea
about the future, with the goal of maintaining technological superiority on the battlefield.
Any grasp
Meaning
on what
they're
that
working
is.
on new tech. It's a huge part of what the Pentagon does. Now, a lot of this stuff is classified, but we do know that the Pentagon is spending money on stuff like AI, using AI to analyze.
The amount of power you're going to use in the next 43 days is exactly the amount that it would take to power 43 Teslas and 2 iPhones for 7.4 days. Think about that.
Drone footage
think about that for a second.
Their targeting
Holy shit, think about it for a second.
Building autonomous submarines, or these insane military lasers that they use at sea to attack other ships.
It's not.
For years, they've also been trying to develop this
you understand
exoskeleton
it.
that will supercharge the abilities of their soldiers, allow them to carry more weight over long periods of time. Although this technology, while potentially promising, isn't really there yet. But it might be soon. Now, the Pentagon puts a lot of investment into these technologies for the battlefield. But sometimes this tech actually turns into stuff that we use every day, like GPS, drones, voice recognition, the computer mouse, and the internet itself are all technologies that were first developed, at least in part, by the US military.
That's right.
The World Wide Web, or the web, was created for and by the United States Department of Defense.
Let's quickly look at this smallest of the categories, still $19 billion, but compared to all these other ones, it's pretty small. This is construction, building new facilities, both at home and abroad.
Wow, that is pretty
Like
little.
this little project, $85 million for jet fuel tanks in Japan, supporting force projection in the Pacific. Or it looks like they're proposing $75 million to spend on a new operations support facility in Southern California. And finally, we get to the part of the budget that you probably think about when you think of military spending. Procurement.
What is that?
$167 billion, the entire economy of Ethiopia, to purchase all of this.
What is it?
Okay, I've always known the military stuff is expensive, but now I really know it. Let's look at some of this stuff.
Holy! Why is it pretty cheap?
This jet costs around $142 million. The US bought 77 of them in 2023 and is asking for another $14 billion to buy 83 more this year. And they're pretty spendy to fly too.
I I had a few questions. Why did they spend?
That's pretty cheap.
Look at these 4 cruise missiles parachuting out of a plane.
Okay, out of all costs, 30 minutes of flight, 20K, that's pretty little. Bro, that's almost 1-to-1 for Predajet.
Look at these 4 cruise missiles parachuting out of a plane.
Yeah, really.
Each one of these missiles costs $1.6 million.
Oh my god,
and the
that's
American
very
taxpayer
cheap.
bought 600 of them last year.
You're gonna compare a fucking $11 billion machine and you're gonna offset that. Oh, yo, this is not 20K flight for 30 minutes. That's nothing. Brother, it's because your brain doesn't understand the actual. The numbers don't make sense for your head in the billions. You don't see it. 20K compared to this is literally nothing.
This vehicle costs $372,000.
Oh, rich dude
It's used to move
for-
troops around the battlefield. Last year we bought about 3,700 of them, and this year we want another 3,100. $2.8 billion buying 24 of these F-15s. For the Navy, this is going to cost $7.3 billion. $1.2
actually
billion
don't know
for
where
these
the
56
shuttle-
Black Hawk helicopters for the Army. $8.2 billion for 3 destroyer-class ships. Probably doing the same thing with those subjects. Fleet replenishment, oil class,
Okay, that's expensive. Okay, hold on. Okay, I will agree. Let's be honest.
this is a
One
demon
big
knight.
mega bomb cannon Bing 3K. That's not
Oh,
crazy.
oh, I see.
A rocket 480K. Okay, chill. Oh, okay, dude. Okay, dude.
$2 billion. I mean, it's a lot. And these are just a few tiny little samples. I'm just scratching the surface. And in fact, this diagram
Oh,
that
it
looks
locks
so
on!
complex and granular is also highly simplified.
Oh, it locks on. That's what I'm saying. Dude, the new iPhone is $10,000. And you're gonna say, but it has a camera. Oh, okay.
And condensed.
Like, it doesn't
Each one
cost
of these
$500K to get a
categories
fucking lock-on
actually
machine.
contains billions of tiny little things inside of it. This organization is much
500K?
bigger than we could ever fathom. And in fact, it's much
This chat has lost its mind. Brother, these military contracts, they're getting fucking milked by the people who make them. It is what it is. Not on everything, right? But especially for some of these technologies, yeah, they're getting fucking milked down to a crisp. What the fuck are you talking about? There's no problem. The spending wouldn't be that bad if they weren't getting milked by the fucking military contractors that are building this shit, dumb fuck. What is wrong with you?
bigger than the Pentagon itself can even fathom.
The Pentagon has up
What do you
until
think the cost is to make that
Finally.
that stinger? 500K? You're crazy.
this point in 2024,
The margin
ball
of
put
like
in
fucking
musket.
like 60,000%.
American taxpayers want to know how our tax dollars are getting spent, and the fact that the department that's getting such a huge chunk of the federal budget can't account for all of the dollars it's getting is definitely a problem.
For 6 years in a row now, the Pentagon has failed to pass an independent audit. They've brought in a bunch of accountants and said, tell us where all of our stuff is and what we spend our money on, and the accountants say, no, we can't do it. 61% of their physical assets are missing. They don't know where they are, which means they're probably investing a lot of money in stuff that they already have and they just don't know it. But my bigger question here is why? The United States pulled out of Afghanistan a few years ago. The war in
They got
Iraq
so
is
many-
over, but spending continues to go up.
We have
Spending
so
went
many
down
stuff
for
they
like
don't even know
a
what's
split second, but look, it's going up again. Okay, well, first off, remember what we talked about earlier. The US is not a normal country with a regular military. The US is the global hegemon who uses its military to assert control and order over every corner of the globe. But there's another reason why this budget is so high. And this reason is much more infuriating to me.
What would it cost me to lock on anything for a military rocket launcher? Blah 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 blah. Among the
Is that
10K.
ChatGPT?
20.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, how did I get cooked? This, what? Yeah, brother. It's because instead of getting contracts that get them money to invest into R&D, they factor in the fucking R&D price into the fucking units that they're selling it. That's dead what's happening here. Like what?
What our little graph here doesn't reveal is that most of this money is going to private corporations who get 466 billion of these dollars, about 54%. And once again, the US government tells us exactly which corporations they give all this money to. We pulled the last 19 years worth of data on these private contractors. At the top of this list, you start to see the same names over and over. Raytheon, General Dynamics, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin. These are the names at the top of these lists, year after year. There used to be a lot of different defense contractors, but over the last 3 decades, they got gobbled up by these big 5. Transitioning, from the words of the Pentagon, from 51 to 5 aerospace and defense prime contractors. As a result, the DoD is increasingly reliant on a small number of contractors for critical defense capabilities, i.e. we've got kind of a monopoly issue on our hands. These 5 contractors own the space, and the Pentagon can't really go elsewhere if they need an F-35. There's only one shop in town that makes it. For this reason,
So
the
only
prices can get pretty out of control. Like the Pentagon used to pay $25,000 for this Stinger missile, and now they pay nearly $500,000 for the same missile. The price went up more than...
All right.
25,000
I'm gonna,
for half a
I'm gonna
million.
read the apologies in the chat. I'm gonna read some of the apologies. Let's see some of them. Chat, can we get a few apologies? You're right, Lamau.
So majority of the defense budget it came from one came from the radio loss.
I'll take that. I'll take that. Free watch. Sorry. Alright, no problem. Still done. Gotcha. Anything else? Fuck you.
16 times in just a couple decades. It's a little more than inflation.
There's a history of defense.
They're factoring the price that they spent on research, right? And also factoring the fact that they're doing research for the future for new stuff, so they don't fall behind the dumb fucks. If you fall behind the dumb fucks, you become the super dumb fuck. You never want to be that position.
Contractors.
You never want to be the super dumb fuck ever. It's the worst
if they're
position.
the only company producing a certain widget, then there's no competition, and that's one of the problems with monopoly. Is if there's not competition, it's easy to overcharge the buyer. In addition to
If you're the super dumb fuck, what do you have to do? You have to buy. You have to buy, and they're probably selling them this at a premium, like a mega premium.
The Inspector General of the Department of Defense has found routinely that there's overcharging through corruption and waste and fraud. And there have been lawsuits. For example, KBR is a contractor that's been used overseas, and they were found to overcharge in dining halls by 30 to 40%.
It's also why a Pentagon inspector realized
dining
that
halls?
the Pentagon was paying Boeing, yes, that Boeing, $3,357 for one.
Brother, they're suing them because they're selling the food in the cafeteria for too much money by 40%. Like out of all things they're getting sued for, they're getting sued for over hamburgers.
A small little piece that the Pentagon could actually get $15 in their own warehouse. $15.
Hello, sorry about that. Get back from there's someone calling me. Yeah, that's phone call.
Giving them hundreds and millions of dollars above what they should be making in any kind of typical business environment. And what do they do with all these profits? Well, they pay their executives very well. But this list also tells us what they do. This is a list of how much money these defense contractors spend to influence our lawmakers into spending more money on the military so that these companies can make more money. You can see right here that Lockheed Martin is at the top of the list. So far this year...
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Right here that Lockheed Martin...
Dude, that's it? Man, chat, I'm telling you, chat, guys, I said it before, chat, this will sound out of touch. It's not out of touch. I am always impressed every time we watch a video like this on how cheap it is to run the world. It's so fucking cheap. 2 mil? Brother, these guys are selling like 300 billion worth of dog shit. And they're gonna get these contracts and shit like that for 2.7 mil? Even if it was in billions, it doesn't matter. It's still nothing yet.
So far this year,
It's cheap
in this
around the
election cycle,
world.
Lockheed
Man,
Martin
that
has spent
actually sounds-
$2.7 million, split pretty evenly between Democrats.
Imagine you would have to spend 1% of your yearly income on securing those contracts. 1%. Are you brain dead? 1% on having those. Dude, you guys are crazy.
Democrats and Republicans. This is a number that will continue to go up as we get closer to the election. And it is money spent to cozy up to lawmakers on both sides of the aisle,
Man, that actually
contributing to their
fucking weird. It
campaigns,
spends that
bringing
much.
them out to show them how great their weapons are, doing whatever they can to make sure that the money keeps flowing to their companies.
Yeah.
These companies also benefit from
The main problem is they got the monopoly on the weapon industry, so now they can just make up the price if they want to. Is that why they spend so much money on the military system? Dude, like it's like there's only one guy in town who sell gun, and now no one able to sell gun beside him, so he can just make up the price. He should make it like make the price as high as possible, and people keep buying from him. So
the infamous revolving door. The revolving door is not a literal door, it's a metaphorical door between the Pentagon and the defense corporations, which allows top military leaders like Jim Mattis to serve in the military for decades, retire as a general, and then join the board of General Dynamics, a defense contractor, only to pass through the proverbial door to become the Secretary of Defense under Trump. After which, he passes through the door again to go back onto the board of General Dynamics, bringing with him all of his insider knowledge and government contacts and influence.
What?
And no, this is not just Jim Mattis. This is a very normal thing that people do here in DC. One analysis found that in 2022, top defense companies hired
Am I done saying that this makes sense?
672
No.
employees directly out of the Pentagon to work as lobbyists, board members, and executives. Go check my sources if you want to read more about this. I mean, yes, the revolving door is metaphorical, but it's also pretty physical and literal. I drive on this freeway all the time, and I'm always struck at how close all of this is. Over here is the Pentagon, and over here are all the defense contractors in an area of town literally called Pentagon City.
If there's someone working in government who
Right.
is deciding on contracts and they have a conversation
Actually,
with
these
someone
state-
who's going to
yeah.
receive that contract, the person in the firm can promise a good high-paying job after that government official is out of government. And so the government official then has an incentive to give a generous contract to the contractor because they know they're getting this kind of quid pro quo. They're going to get a high-paying job after they leave government.
And to add insult to injury here, some of the lawmakers who approve the Pentagon's budget own stocks in the defense contracting companies. Like, the lawmakers
So-
get richer if we spend more money on
Classic.
defense.
Guys,
No.
classic. They're just good with money. They're making good events. Yo, Nancy Pelosi, she's just a stock god. It is what it is. Chat, me and you, we're just bad. We're not. We're dumb fucks. We're not good at it. Nancy Pelosi, she's a grandmaster.
Why do we do
But
this? Like, this is
what it is.
like classic, basic, simple. Like, no conflict of interest. We should
Yeah,
not
you
do
know,
this. This is not a thing we should do. But actually, owning stocks in these companies is not the biggest way, I think, that our lawmakers are influenced by defense contractors. There's something more subtle going on here that I think is actually the best explanation, and it has to do with this excellent map. This map was assembled by an Air Force veteran and analyst named Christian Sorensen. This map makes it easy to see how contractors intentionally allocate their operations all across the country, spanning dozens of states and political districts. Building all of this stuff means jobs, which people like. So lawmakers are incentivized to keep these contractors making stuff in their district, to provide jobs for their people so they can keep getting elected. It's honestly brilliant. It's smart. This is political engineering. You can see it very clearly with lawmakers like Roger Wicker, a senator from the state of Mississippi. Senator Wicker is a member of the U.S. Senate Committee on Armed Services, which plays
So it's just like a circle of money, but you don't have don't get a big cup and you're not even in it. Yeah. Oh, Hurricane Milton. I want
To never keep a
I'm
promise.
Turn my off, okay, babe?
I just hope anyone's there.
Gosh, my ears are popping like freaking crazy.
The fuck? No price data, no price data.
It's gonna get dark soon.
What's good, Mr. Cal 47?
Those are so ugly, it's disgusting. This knife is
Bruh. What the hell? It's so low.
This was so fucking funny. I'll go ahead. I'll play it, and you guys.
Oh yeah. Just like talking about like that one girl who pretend to be a developer inside a company, and the actual director of that game company came out and says, "Actually,
Listen to this. This was so fucking stupid. It's crazy.
That situation I talked about the other day with that DEI defending influencer who also like worked at Xbox.
Yeah, I remember
or
this
something.
girl.
Well, we've got a very amusing update on that situation. Also, quick side note. It turns out Asmongold reacted to that video. That was pretty cool. Glad he enjoyed that one. So really quick, this
People.
That was me. That's me. Hey, he talking about me. Well,
was the context. She made this thread all upset about the discourse. The discourse being gamers criticizing companies in gaming and also criticizing DI consultation companies. All of that being something that, once again, she seems very upset about. In my coverage, I gave a reasonable response and provided evidence as to why a number of her points are just wrong. The rest of her thread was her devolving into just a barrage of insults.
it was her arguing with her. She was shadowboxing with her ex-boyfriend that goes to the gym. That was pretty much what this entire thread was. It started off as complaining and it turned into trauma dumping. That's just what happened.
That completely flopped because it really just made her look extremely petty, and many people said that she just sounded like she was projecting.
Yeah.
At the very least, it was fortunately amusing seeing her go all rage mode, though. Provided some decent entertainment for the day. So yeah, that's just some very quick context for anyone who may have missed the prior segment, although of course if you want to see my full take, consider watching that for yourself. But now with that context, let's move on to the aforementioned update.
Okay.
We've got Thomas Mahler here saying, I'm the director behind both Ori games and I don't know who you are.
Bro, he hooter. This is the guy that directed the games. And so, because this girl's going around saying like, oh, I worked on these games. And this is the guy that directed the games. She's like, wait.
Who are you?
Really? Huh? What do you mean? It goes who?
And how you were affiliated with Ori.
Yeah.
In response to that Ray person saying, "Hey, new folks, I'm Ray. I work in the gaming industry in UX R&D plus game production. I worked on various software and hardware for Xbox. I now work as an independent media producer and had the privilege of working on the Dota Internationals 2023 and other gaming media projects. But importantly for this context, the bottom left image showing Ori.
Yeah.
Given the time."
And here's the thing, is that Thomas is right to ask about this because, like, I don't know how many times there have been, like, video games that have had, like, look at what happened with that Godot thing. Look at what happened with Helldivers with those Discord moderators. Look at what happened with, I think there's probably one more I can think of, but, like, some community manager acting weird or some person that works at the company acting like an asshole and then making it worse for everybody that works there. And so it's like you have these people that go on Twitter and they try to basically use the fact that they worked on a game, or supposedly worked on a game in this case, as pretty much a way to, like, make themselves look more authoritative, like,
superior,
you should listen to me because I worked on this successful game. And so what that ends up doing is it ends up dragging that game into the controversy. It ends up turning that video game into part of the fight. And so, of course, he's going to be mad about this because she's dragging his IP into this in order to, like, make her, like, to talk about, like video game politics, right? Especially saying that she worked on the game. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's and so and think about how many games that's happened to, and people have, like, a super negative opinion of the game. Like, oh, this is a woke game, like Concord, right? Or something else. There's been other games, too, that are like this, and people automatically have, like, a really bad sentiment of it. Why would you want that to happen?
You want to get to success, so let controversy better.
This now, I can only presume he just recently saw her unhinged rant. Okay, so get this. As I'm looking at this conversation and recording this video, I see that she's actually just protected her entire Twitter account.
Oh, run away.
Classic. Post an opinion online, be extremely hostile, and then
run away again, get wild.
And then when people don't like it, protect your account and act like a victim. There you go, guys.
So that's going to make covering this a little bit more complicated because, as you can see, it's also affecting her responses, and we're now unable to see them. However, I've got a tab that has not yet refreshed, so while we won't be able to see all of her responses, we can at least see some of them.
Oh my god.
It looks like she responded to him saying, "I worked with Xbox User Research. I was the URA for Global Publishing during 2018 to 2020. Nice to meet you. I also worked on various other titles during my time there, but got a better job opportunity on the Xbox community team."
So wait, this is another person that works as some sort of community manager that's like some unhinged psycho that's trying to, you know, get angry and use the company platform for them to talk about what they think?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Good.
So she worked on Xbox.
I'm actually glad because the Ori director came up and say, like, who are you, like, basically asking who is she and is she actually, like, working on the game, on his game or not. So it's gonna be so hard to do it because it actually, like, the test that it's really bad PR if, like, some of your employee go out and do this thing and just make your game look insanely bad. So yeah.
User research?
You've got to be kidding me. Why do we see so many community managers or, like, community people who are some of the most unhinged and, like, angry at everything?
Well, here's the reason why. The reason why is because they want to tell other people what to do. And they're focused around talking to people and making people do what they want, which is going to make them naturally gravitate towards things like, for example, community management roles. That's the reason why.
Becoming a recurring theme. Anyways, that wasn't the
and also it's people that like contribute no actual value to the product as well. So, like, these people aren't designers, they're not programmers, they're not artists, they're not anything, they're just community managers. I have a question.
Community manager is basically like the moderator for Reddit. They had a little bit of power and they just enjoy it. So yeah, they like the power type thing, so yeah.
For a
They
girl
said-
works
they
at
said the
Microsoft
same
and
hi,
showed
man.
DEI expectations or pressured you. Microsoft.
Response that she made to him, because there's also this one where she said, "Oh, I have a question for you. Do you ever at any point feel Microsoft has shoved DEI expectations at you or pressured you?" Now she's
How could they? Like, isn't Ori about like
Or he's just missing a platform
like a
game.
walrus or something? And like a butterfly? Like, what are you gonna make a gay walrus? No? Oh. It's a spirit trying to save the forest? Oh, so there's no walrus, right? There's no walrus in the game? Okay, wrong game. All right. There's no never mind. All right, we gotta take a step back. No walrus. False alarm.
I knew you of that Nat person from Godot, where after Asmongold
Yeah.
gave a kind
Yup,
response,
Godot, so.
she then tried to get him in some sort of gotcha. It's funny
Yeah.
how these people don't realize that.
It's always funny. This is what they said. You didn't expect me to follow through. Now that we've seen face to face, can you acknowledge that making content based off other people's drama is not really doing anything good for the world? No.
I like the shit.
No.
No.
I think it's great. I think these people are they're a cancer, and I'm happy to be the radiation. I think they're awful. They're awful. They're annoying. They're the worst kind of people. So no, I think that I'm doing a public service.
These people always try to do the gotcha thing. Oh yeah, you doing it right? So gotcha. I fucking hate that type of bullshit.
You're welcome.
They're the ones acting all crazy, and they try and
Yep.
pretend like everyone else is the problem.
Right.
Going back to the situation with Ray, Thomas responded to her saying, "Well, I could explain it. I didn't want to cause you any trouble. I just saw you posting that you worked on Ori, and I had no idea who you are.
Yep.
Since you're calling people names online, I thought it was important to inform people that you never actually worked for Moon Studios, and that you didn't ever directly engage with anyone at Moon. Always be nice to people, Ray, even
Yep,
those you
he called
disagree
her out.
with." While
Ooh.
Oh man. Oh bro. Oh shit.
Man, he actually came out.
Wow. That's the thing though, is this girl is using stolen valor, thinking that she worked on this game as if she's affiliated with them when she worked at Xbox and like, you know, maybe like reviewed something for this game or something like that, trying to act like she's actually involved with the studio, trying to drag them into it and use them as her fucking cross. Like, she's trying to use them and put them on her side. It's annoying. It's so fucking funny. Yes, fucking exactly. Going around calling people names, starting drama, dragging his fucking studio into this. Oh my god.
And he had.
They make it
and he
so
had to
easy for
defend
these guys to come out as heroes. I don't know why they do it. It's just, what an yes, this is calling people names and shit like this is nuts.
While some people were amused by his response there, other people seem like they're extremely upset by it. It's amazing.
Nah. Someone says you believed any of this, you'd be having us talking DMs instead of trying to lead a harassment campaign with unprofessional grandstanding. You know who was trying to lead a harassment campaign? Is her. She literally started the series of tweets explicitly to harass people that disagreed with her. So what do you want to talk about? Like, this is the issue that they have, is people like this, they love harassing other people.
Twitter is a public content. If you write a text and put it in public, people will respond it in public. It's like you bring our microphone and stand in the middle of the street and start speaking to the microphone. Don't be surprised someone will come towards you with another microphone. Yeah.
But the moment they get harassed, now somebody's leading a harassment campaign against them. If it was him getting harassed, then they wouldn't have been saying anything. And especially also, like, she tried to twist what he was saying about DEI. He just wanted to say she didn't work there.
Yep.
Like, that's it. But she's trying to use this for a fucking agenda. That's it. She started it. Yeah. Absolutely. It's not unprofessional grandstanding. It's actually very professional. If you want to go and put... If you want to use somebody else's intellectual property and say, I worked on this as a way to make your opinion more valid on the internet,
You should like, even, bro, Costco, when P. Diddy got arrested, people thought that P. Diddy got the 1,000 bottles of baby oil from Costco. Costco put out a statement, and they said, no, he did not. We don't sell it like that. That's not it. Take our fucking name out of this. We don't have anything to do with that fucking free.
They need to defend themselves.
Costco did this, but now it's his fault whenever he did this. No fucking way. He did. They did, yes. They said, we ain't about that life. Absolutely. What's the rest of these? Any game dev that supports Grums ain't getting a cent out of me. Thanks for coin. What?
What?
I didn't want to cause any trouble after inadvertently sending hordes of people to her page that had done nothing but call her names and worse. Well, what do you mean? I mean, who do you think what was so, like, this is the problem. Is like these people, they never think. I mean, you know, big surprise. It's easy to not to think whenever you're dumb. So what do you think happens to the people that work at Moon Studio when a person goes and uses the studio and like is using that as a soapbox to talk about what they're like, you know, their like extreme political view and call people names? People are gonna get mad at other people that are working at that studio because, like, look at what happened with Halo, for example. Like, so recently there's been controversy with like the new Halo studios, and you have everybody saying like, oh, Halo's dead now. Well, guess what? That's the reason why. Pissed off the entire modern audience, all 12 of them. Well, to be fair, it's 66 of them. So that's more than Concord. More than Dustborn, too. She never claimed to work for Moon Studios, only Ori via her employment by Xbox. No, it's not. It's extremely fair to say. Because he doesn't want to have his studio dragged into and his IP dragged into, like, her social struggle.
Yep.
How upset these people are, simply because this guy wanted to clarify that the woman who recently went viral for making a completely unhinged rant is not directly involved with this company. There's some other tweets that we're unable to see because Ray went into protected mode. However, we can also see that Thomas responded to these ones saying, I thought the post was pretty clear and concise. By the way, you're not in the credits on any Ori games.
No, I'm sure.
So unless you change your name at some point.
I'm not the credit. Okay, so let me choose the names for you.
Man, that's a good one, huh? They're trying to inject themselves everywhere. Exactly.
Based off that context, we can presume that possibly Ray has an issue with the other response that Mahler made. And now, the most pathetic thing possible is happening. To no one's surprise, some of the corpo journalists from Kotaku are getting involved.
Oh, Kotaku journalists?
And posting this article from 2022 from Kotaku that says, report Ori Studio accused of being oppressive, sexist workplace.
Oppressive, sexist workplace.
By who?
I'm sorry to say that nobody gives a fuck whether a workplace is bad or not. Like, developers say Moon Studios' no bullshit policy gave founders license to bully and demean. For sure. Yeah, nobody cares about this. People just want to play the game. If there's an oppressive or sexist workplace, then there is a process to file a lawsuit against that. There's laws against this. So yeah, it's pretty simple, isn't it? Blizzard? Nobody gave a shit about Blizzard with that stuff. That's all done. People were mad at Blizzard for, you don't want to know why they were really mad at Blizzard? They're mad at Blizzard because of Shadowlands. Like, that's why they were fucking mad.
Developers say Moon Studios' no BS policy gave founders license to bully. And
Riot had the same shit happen.
If any of the accusations in that article are actually true, it's really gross how these journalists, drag this stuff up 2 years later.
Well, what they do is they, these people are like publishing like unsubstantiated rumors and allegations, and then they cross-reference each other to try to make these unsubstantiated rumors and, basically allegations that are never like really proven in a lot of cases. They cross-reference each other to make it seem like it's more real. But the truth is, like, no, a lot of people don't give a shit about that.
The no bullshit.
Player
What does
using
that mean?
the
Like,
alleged victims
what?
in the article
Yeah.
as their own personal army, though it is painting a very clear picture. None of the people angry with Mahler seem to have any responsive merit. They're either just like seething in their responses or reposting this.
Yeah.
However, plenty of people would also further defend Mahler. For example, this response saying, "It's always the same untalented, useless, lazy, hate-filled people that come crawling out of the woodwork at any opportunity
Yep.
to try and drag someone successful down. I hope he's not stupid enough to fall for it. If they make good games, people will buy them."
That's absolutely true.
It's true, 100% true.
Nobody
Good
genuinely
game
cares
mean
about
everything.
like the way a workplace is whenever they're buying a product, okay? Like everybody owns phones that are made by slaves in cobalt mines. Do you think that somebody actually cares that there's an allegation of being sexist in some video game company? Nobody actually cares about this. No real people care about this. It's just, let's be honest. Everyone buy Ori 1 and 2. Exactly. I'm really glad to see that a lot of like game studios and like people like this they feel more okay to speak out against this stuff, because these people are just such obnoxious and like
Dude, Riot game. Yeah, it found a snake like it got taste of their own medicine. Look at the Riot games. They had like a controversy around like of their workplay. Nobody fucking heard about it. Nobody think about it anymore. Like nobody even talk about it because like everyone just forgot it. Like, just straight up that, yeah. And everyone just talk about Blizzard because
just
Blizzard
like
has some
rude
wicked
bullies.
stuff.
That's really what they are. Thank God. And like I hope that a lot of other what do you call it? I hope that a lot of other like studios and people that work at these studios realize that, you know, these like weirdos and like these mentally ill freaks on Twitter really don't speak for the gaming community.
Yep.
They never did.
And
But
they never
for a
will.
while, companies didn't know how to deal with it, so they thought they did. The fact is that all you have to do is make a good game, and that you're not accountable to anybody else other than your audience. You're not accountable to journalists. You're not accountable to a publication. You're not accountable to any Twitter user. You're only accountable to your audience. And if you realize that, it's a lot easier to make content. More and more devs are becoming aware of that. Yeah, they are. And you can see a lot of people pushing back against this type of narrative. It's because people are just fed up with it. It's obnoxious.
Adam Savvy getting involved, saying, "Was it oppressive because he said no once in a while to someone? Given that she admits people don't get to choose how she represents them, I see no reason for anyone to take anything she says seriously."
Who cares?
She referencing the Kotaku journalist. However, someone would respond to Savvy saying, "I mean, it's Kotaku, so take it with a grain of salt. But if true, I think that's not a way to talk at the..."
By writing low, you're retarded.
Lord, you retarded. Nobody care what you think. You
Bro. Who do you think plays video games? People that talk like this. I really need a woman. Yeah, who do you think plays video games? Who cares? Nobody gives a fuck about this. There are no real people who care about this. What is this? Completely
Workplace,
bullshit.
Especially when you are CEO, including an image
Ooh,
seemingly
yeah.
from the Kotaku article, to which Savvy responds saying, "This is the worst they have."
Yeah.
That, really? Not only is there zero context, but this is how people talk to each other when they're friends too.
Yep.
The "I really need a woman" remark is probably from a string of jokes being made.
Yeah.
The other person retorts
Ooh.
saying, "Sure, friends." But truth is, there is no friends at work. Especially if you're on the higher position than your supposed friends. Sure, not really a big deal, but still not a good look.
A good look to who? Who cares? Am I supposed to care about this? Why would I care about this? Why? Why is this my problem? Like, what? I don't care what's that. It's some. What? It's just like, why? Like, imagine, like, this is project. Yes, what?
Dude,
Twitter judges, yeah.
And the current final response in this conversation here from Savvy saying, people will value those words accordingly. If that's a red flag for you, that's totally okay. For me, it isn't. I'd actually hate to work at a place that didn't use that kind of language. You can still have corpo
who
structure
cares?
mixed with friend structure, just so long as you have respect for who's in charge at the end of the day. But everyone's views workplace is different. So you saw this part, which is some of the evidence that they're trying to use against Mahler. However, there's also a little bit more than that.
Oh, here we go.
In this next section, they say that Mahler insisted on having the main character's origin story revolve around something very dark, and that allegedly Mahler wanted to do this to motivate the character to end up being a very cool character who does very cool things. And sure, that's a very dark and very terrible thing to happen to that character.
Okay.
It is just a character, though. And many characters throughout fiction have had equally bad or even worse things happen to them. I think we can confidently say that these journalists would absolutely hate Berserk. And my gosh, I can only imagine.
Who do they think cares about this?
They care about it.
They'd say.
It's not us.
What is this?
Not the gamer.
Anyways, it's pretty amusing how all of this started once again because Ray wanted to make that giant unhinged rant. She just really wanted to defend DEI. Gotta defend those DEI consultation firms. Go figure that all of this would attract gaming journalists to run to her defense. Hopefully Ray will have some self-reflection while she's protected on Twitter.
She's not gonna have any
all of this was really unnecessary
She's gonna
and
remain the
unhinged,
same.
and you know, there's no reason to act like this, trying to bootleg for these consultation firms and all that. Maybe she'll actually turn a new leaf. Let me know.
I hope that a lot of she's not going to turn a new leaf. She's just a mentally ill, obnoxious community manager. There's nothing that's ever going to change. She's never going to get better. Is never going to.
They doesn't have anything bad to paint you on, so they would try to grasp everything you say to basically paint it the bad thing. Especially they're gonna take a lot of stuff out of context too. So yeah, really why a lot of people don't like those people because they always add this type of weird thing to them. I don't understand why they have that problem though. It's a game, it's a fictional stuff, it's not real. A lot of chapters have bad story, but why did you want to include it in your smear campaign? What?
Gonna be a point where she's like, oh wow, I'm actually an asshole. That's never gonna happen. But here's the way I see it. You look at these kinds of people at Gamers here, I'm not sure, but with these kinds of people, yesterday all of her handles were offline. I have no idea whether she turned off her stuff or not. But
he probably went hiding.
Every time he does, stupid AU breakdance. Oh, I don't know about that. Video isn't full. There's more of it. Well, maybe there is.
Think about all of this in the comments, and as always, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed my coverage, please also consider liking and or subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah. I'm gonna be real. Why they send me that one? That's crazy.
Welcome back, guys.
Here's the truth. Is that I think a lot of these game studios are starting to realize that
100%.
These types of publications and these types of people are no longer the gatekeeper to audiences. And it's good to see different heads of studios just kind of telling them to shut the fuck up. And no, we don't want to have anything to do with you. We're just making video games. Leave us alone, fucking weirdo, right? So yeah. And if it is a problem, then there's a whole, this is a great video. I remember seeing this whenever it was happening on Twitter. It was so fucking funny. I prefer a boss talking like that. A lot of people do. We need to support more mental hospitals. We need funding. Well, I think it's also really important to support people that are like Thomas here, because you want to make sure that these people know that they're not the minority. The people that think like him are actually the vast majority. Most people don't want to be talked down to by somebody who feels like they're trauma dumping whenever they're complaining about some bullshit. Going to the gym, what the fuck? This is this is massively one-sided. And there's only a handful of people that try to make this a big problem, and those people have bad intentions. Most rational people don't give a damn and remain silent. I think so. And they'll buy the game if they like it, and they won't if they don't like it. So what I think is going to happen in a lot of cases is that these studios are going to realize that, and they're going to realize catering to these kinds of people gets you games like Concord. It gets you games that nobody plays. Lawler's being quite civil in his responses, and yet they tried to discredit him. That's because the only way that they have to do this is by implying that there's some sort of like bad thing that a person is doing. Like these are, they're like basically manipulators and like gaslighters and like emotional vampires. So the best thing that you can do for a person like that is just not give them any of your energy. And like what happens is
something down right away.
When you let a person like that control the narrative becomes retarded. And that's what's happened, is that you have these people, fundamentally these people are going around and telling other people what to do. I don't want to have some annoying, obnoxious girl that's trauma dumping on Twitter telling me what to do, what to say, what to think. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to see that. And also, if you're going around and like posting, this is what I think is really funny, is that there are people that are like, oh, I'm being harassed. You want to know, I can give you, guys, I can give you a perfect technique on how to not be harassed for having opinions on the internet.
Block.
Stop putting your opinions on the internet.
Oh, never mind.
It's literally that simple. But a lot of people don't really seem to understand that. Yeah, turn off the monitor. Letting them fade into obscurity. Exactly. And so, yeah, Moon's working on a Souls-like now, something journalists don't play. Yeah, the No Rest for the Wicked was pretty good. I played it for a while. I haven't finished the demo. I kind of stopped playing it, but I enjoyed it a lot whenever I was. But anyway, the internet isn't a one-way street. Exactly. And so, yeah, you can think it. And so I want to say that also, like, people that are talking about, like, a harassment campaign and stuff like this, I want to let you know that, like, I get harassed on Twitter all the time for opinions that I have because I have a public platform and I use that platform to express my opinions to the public. And that's something that I welcome. I might not necessarily enjoy it, but I respect its right to exist. And so if I see negative tweets about me or people that are taking what I'm saying and getting mad about it, that's just the way it is. That's freedom of speech. And so if these people don't want to get harassed for their opinions, stop putting your opinions out there.
Yep.
Because also being disagreed with isn't being harassed. Like when people are telling you you're wrong, stop being rude, you're not being harassed. You get heat just for YouTube thumbnails? I don't care. Who gives a shit? Wow, some people are mad that I made a YouTube thumbnail. Like I have like some sort of like YouTube reaction face for like some natural disaster, and people are like, this guy would have live streamed 9/11. I would have. Absolutely, I would have. 100%. I want to let you know that yes, if I was streaming during 9/11, I absolutely would have live streamed the Twin Towers, and there would have been a video that we uploaded, and it would have been me. Oh my God, they're crashing. I would have done it. Everybody would have done it. And I'm not sorry. And the next natural disaster and the next horrible tragedy, I will do the exact same thing for, because that's the same thing that every news platform does. That's the same thing that every newspaper does. And even if it wasn't, I'm not accountable to you, and I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. And also, it seems like people like the content, so why would I listen to you whenever
the
I could
entire
just listen
thing
to my
based on the
audience
moral?
instead?
Oh yeah, they
So
try to
that's how
dictate
I see
people
it.
based on their
People
moral.
love to cry and get mad. Yo, chat, chat, did they just hit the second tower? Bro, is this real? Wait, there's somebody in chat saying something about like Jews doing this. Wait, what do you mean by that?
Oh, 100%.
The name is Alex Jones. What, hold up. What's this? Why you say that? Building 7, hold up, wait a minute. All right, guys, how hot is it to melt a steel beam? What is that? They're dancing, yeah. There's a second plane. Exactly. No, of course I would be doing that shit.
Oh, 100%.
So, yeah,
Some people will definitely
get
do
harassed on the internet, stop putting your opinion.
Not only us will go, like 100% I believe someone will do it. We could talk about quick streamer. Let's be honest here, like no way, like they're not gonna do it. Where's the chest at?
Opinions on the internet. It's real simple, it's real easy, and I know that a lot of people have trouble with it, but it's really just that simple.
Yes, I got the ant. Ooh. Now I'm have to find the snow thingy and wait for the goblin event. But yeah, they just they just basically they try to throw rock while leaving the glass house tile thing. And when they are slightly pushed back and they cower and hide and try to like deflect and try to point blame on you. I don't like that type of like mentality. So yeah, how football legend to bankrupt criminal from football legend to bankrupt criminal. Like, ooh.
Ronaldinho from football legend to bankrupt. Wait, what the?
Countless legal problems.
You know, I'll actually get this.
Yes, the anglet is like the most annoying thing because it doesn't spawn in the chest. It doesn't spawn in the abandoned house in jungle biome chest. It spawn in the tree. It spawn in the like the underground tree thingy or like the chest with talks on it. So yeah. So it's really hard to get it.
Half a year in prison.
The reason why a lot of people like Calamity because you can grab the accessory. Like you can grab early accessory rather than just make go and find items. That's why a lot of people like Calamity. You can grab the anklet of the wind if you have Calamity on. I think it need a spore and vine, and maybe a little bit of a stinger too.
And a bank account holding less than $7. Sadly, Ronaldinho's golden retirement has instead been a total train wreck. He was worth $90 million when he retired in 2015, although despite having a salary of nearly $300k per week, Ronaldinho showed through a Coca-Cola sponsorship he was absolutely atrocious at handling his money. Coke paid him $750k per year under one condition, that whilst in
750k per year, and he blew it all out.
public he'd only drink their beverage. Well, just a couple of months after signing the deal, Ronaldinho instead promoted Coke's biggest competitor.
Wait,
The Coca-Cola ambassador shot himself in the foot when he rocked up to a press conference sipping on a can of Pepsi. As a result, Coke dropped him and stated the sponsorship had become embarrassing, assisted by Ronaldinho's poor performances on the pitch, as he'd become more interested in throwing wild parties. In one example, he was scheduled to play against Man United, but instead the night before, partied in a bar until 3 a.m. A Barcelona board member added, Ronaldinho plays bongos until 2 in the morning every night. Everyone knows we have a discipline problem. Ronaldinho's getting older, partying all the time. How do we stop it? Well, stopping Ronaldinho's partying was basically impossible, as he even negotiated a nightclub clause into one of his contracts, allowing him to party at least 2 nights per week. Incredibly, he wound up breaking the contract, as 2 nights of partying simply wasn't enough, justifying his actions by stating, a football player has to have a normal life, as a person and as a sportsman. But
well, that's not
according to
entirely
his
true,
teammate Jerome Leroy, this lifestyle was seriously hurting his skills. Ronaldinho didn't train any day of the week, and would just turn up on a Friday for the game on Saturday.
Brother, you can live in this world of like new age, like libtard mindset. Oh, dude, you need to have like all the nice things, all the rest, whatever. Brother, you stand no chance against the true grinders of this shit. Brother, against somebody who literally has everything on the line to succeed, you stand no chance. The fuck is wrong with you?
I think he was
you
trying
get
to
crushed
follow
with
the
these people.
steps of Romario, who would also go out every night, but he didn't have the same success. Without a consistent training regimen, Ronaldinho began to experience constant injuries. Beginning in March 2008, he was off the field for 1 full year, missing 30 different games, coming from 4 different injuries. In the meantime, Ronaldinho started gaining weight, for which he was clowned on by the media. One article wrote, over the past year, Ronaldinho hasn't looked like a player who led Barcelona to 2 straight league titles. Another article mentioned that
Dude, I still getting mad that he's wasting like 750k a year all he need to do is just advertise Coca-Cola. Like just everywhere you go, oh yeah, just show up the bottle of Coca-Cola. I mean, unless you basically a football player, you kind of need to like regulate your diet because Coca-Cola is not really that good. I mean, if you're like a football player, but still, it's a lot of money, like a retirement money right there. So yeah.
The former best player in the universe has already become an increasingly distant memory for the Brazilian national team, and true or not, gets frequently described as past it without much debate. In 2002, Ronaldinho helped carry Brazil to a World Cup win, but by 2000,
guys, he finished the game. It is what it is. Guys, you can act whatever you want. He won the World Cup. He finished the game.
Ronaldinho
That's a full
helped carry
playthrough.
Brazil to a World Cup win, but by 2010, he wasn't even chosen to play on the team at all. Understandably, Ronaldinho wasn't happy, believing he was now better than ever, stating,
What is
"I'm
that?
back now to how I was.
Whoa.
In fact, I think I'm even stronger now."
It was there like the underground citadel. Whoa. Only one chest?
Everything seems easier now. I want to play in a further 2 World Cups. His harsh World Cup rejection forced Ronaldinho to get back into shape. A forum post from 2012 titled "Ronaldinho goes back to 2004/05 weight" explained apparently he's now gone back to his ideal weight of 80 kilos. On top of this, a Goal.com article proclaimed Ronaldinho is officially back among the world's best, although as you might expect, this didn't last long. Throughout 2013, Ronaldinho missed another 24 games, resulting from 2 separate injuries. He therefore again wasn't selected for Brazil's 2014 World Cup team, and by 2015,
Injuries are rough, though.
at the age of 35, Ronaldinho's career was pretty much finished.
Chat,
He'd signed
when you're old like that, chat, you don't
How
heal
did he
that. You
lose?
don't
You
heal
do
as well as
exactly
you used to and
opposite
whatever,
thing.
right? Like,
Oh yeah, I think Pepsi doesn't even like advertise, doesn't have any sponsor with him. And oh my god, that actually is so funny. Because they literally had a free advertisement and he losing the Coca-Cola losing Coca-Cola sponsor. He just insanely losing a lot of money. So, yeah. Also,
like the rest between games becomes harder.
18-month
It just
contract
becomes
with
tougher.
Fluminense, although after failing to score in 9 games and being booed by his own fans during a league game, Ronaldinho's contract was terminated after only 2 months. The club publicly announced. "We were straight with him and told him it wouldn't work for us, so we decided releasing him was the right thing to do. We are somewhat frustrated. When he arrived, we expected he could do for us what he did for so many other clubs. That's what you think when you sign a player. He didn't do well in Mexico, but we took our chances by bringing him back to Rio, thinking he would do well again. Ronaldinho clearly didn't, but he now had $90 million to retire very comfortably. He'd hired his brother Roberto to be his manager, who
so he had $19 million for retire, and he blew it all up. 90 million. 19. Dude, like even now, if I had $1 million, I probably live comfortably. Like I could do the rest of my life. I believe it's possible to live comfortably with $1 million, but all by yourself. But if you live if you had a family, you probably need more than 1 million, like 2 million. So yeah. But man, he blew up 19 million.
confirmed Ronaldinho's retirement state.
Roberto, hold on.
By his brother Roberto to be his manager, who confirmed Ronaldinho's retirement, stating, "He has stopped, it is ended. Let's do something pretty big and nice after the Russia World Cup, where Ronaldinho was spotted looking extremely
the bongos again.
Behind the scenes, however,
Dude, he really
his
likes the
life had
bongos,
already
huh?
begun to fall apart. Ronaldinho used his earnings to purchase 57 properties, one of which being a lake house in the riverside city of Porto Alegre. From the house, he built a wharf and dock without realizing it was totally illegal. As a result, he was fined 1.7 million US dollars, although Ronaldinho refused to pay. It was then revealed he also owed a further $2 million in unpaid property taxes. And as a result, Ronaldinho has had 57 properties seized and his Brazilian and Spanish passports confiscated over unpaid taxes and fines.
Dude, you would think if you owe taxes, you'd play your cards right. This guy, what is this guy doing?
Paid taxes and fines. Ronaldinho haggled the fishing fine down to 1.5 million, but ultimately still failed to pay, leading the Brazilian government to permanently take he and his brother's passports. Now, this was extra inconvenient as they wanted to take a holiday down to Paraguay, so they devised a genius plan.
Dude, stop.
A Paraguay passport for one of Brazil's most famous people, known for playing on the Brazilian national team. As he tried to enter Paraguay, Border Protection obviously noticed him instantly, placing Ronaldinho in jail awaiting trial. Imagine not only being one of the most famous footballers in the world, but also one of the most unique looking ones, and trying to use a fake passport in South America.
I mean, true.
Bravo, Ronnie. But wait, it still gets dumber. It is unclear why the former footballer entered Paraguay using the passport, considering Brazilians can enter the neighboring country using their national ID card. Basically, Ronaldinho could have gone to Paraguay without using a passport at all. To add a cherry on top of the cake, Ronaldinho claimed he didn't know the passport was fake and believed he had been given his Paraguayan passport as a gift, assuming it was an honorary type document of no real value, and gave it to an official without thinking when he reached Paraguay, because it was the first thing he got out of his bag. He was therefore even roasted by his own lawyer. Ronaldinho wasn't aware that he was committing a crime because he didn't know they were fake documents. He's stupid, but the court didn't buy it for a second, and Ronaldinho was jailed for almost half a year. Whilst inside the prison.
Okay, that's understandable. Like if you need if he doesn't know that he can enter Paraguay with his Brazilian ID. Like I don't understand that he don't know that, but bruh, you even you make a fake passport.
Hosted a futsal tournament, leading teams across the prison to row with one another over which would have Ronaldinho on their team. He'd win the final game by scoring 11 goals, eventually leading a judge to conclude there is no indication that he has any personal characteristics or criminal behavior that would put society at risk, and Ronaldinho was therefore released from prison with a $200,000 fine. However, he had no hope of paying this. In fact, the reason he and his brother initially had their passports seized was because an investigation into their bank accounts revealed a balance of just 24.63 Brazilian real, or $6.59. Ronaldinho's plan to rebuild his life was to launch a cryptocurrency, releasing the Ronaldinho Soccer Coin project, which gained just 61 Instagram followers.
That's not all his money, there's no shot then.
Ronaldinho instead promoted other shady crypto projects, always being met with understandable critique. Is this a translation for "you are bankrupt again"? In case you forgot, here are all the crypto projects you pump and dumped over the years, only leading to
I saw him deliver my DoorDash the other day. I'm not joking.
61 million crypto scam at congressional hearing. His likeness had been used to promote a cryptocurrency which promised a return of 2% per day. After the crypto inevitably turned out to be a scam, Ronaldinho was brought before the government, although he claimed he was never partnered with the company and it used his name and image without his authorization, arguing he was also a victim of the purported scheme. But Ronaldinho took this photo specifically for the company and also had a history of involvement in these kinds of shady projects.
Well, he's just spamming it.
Ronaldinho had failed to appear before 2 previous hearings related to the inquiry. He said weather conditions meant meant he was not able to attend. His involvement is up for interpretation, but it seems he was sufficiently rattled as he'd pivot to promoting traditional products where he'd only experience even more issues. Ronaldinho posted to his Instagram, "This is a sad time for anyone who likes Brazilian soccer. It's hard to find the energy to watch the games. This is perhaps one of the worst teams in recent years. It has no respectable leaders, just average players for the most part. I've never seen a situation as bad as this. I repeat, our performance has been one of the worst things I have ever seen. It's a disgrace." The post was shared on Reddit and people weren't happy. Criticism is fine, but straight up quitting on the national team in an official post is something to say the least. Imagine your idol saying,
But he finally made it back to the World Cup team, and then he quit?
That about you and your teammates, killing their confidence. Well, only one day later, Ronaldinho returned to Instagram, revealing the nasty message was actually an act.
Well, he said he's no longer watching? Oh, man.
I would never abandon Brazilian football, never. And I would never say the things you saw. In fact, these words came from real Brazilian fans. They are real comments I saw on the internet. Guys, what our boys need is support at this time. That's why I joined Rexona in this movement. We are asking everyone to send messages of support. Hashtag Rexona does not abandon you. He's damn broke, isn't he? Ronaldinho's finances haven't been discussed recently, but judging by photos of him taking private jets, it seems he's rebuilt his life at least to some extent.
He was always doing fine. There's no shot. He had money somewhere. Fucking.
That kills a goblin.
His personal bank account doesn't mean anything. Probably had money in his companies and shit and whatever.
3 Year in the Jungle.
The fuck? That's like a classic. Like, oh guys, I'm bankrupt. This is
42
insane.
months. Welcome to the jungle.
Oh,
like it wasn't even 50 cents bankrupt, brother. The guy is balling the fuck out.
Man, that's just from legend to basically a criminal. That do the entire thing. He can easily, comfortably with 19 million, and he can just branch out all the stuff, but he just, I don't know what is going on into his mind. You know? Just buy yourself like a house and live there. Waste.
I mean, he's doing pretty good.
What is this?
How a hacker saved the internet then? Well, there's no shot, but sure.
Andres is running some routine software tests. At first, everything looks pretty normal, but then he spots something. This peak here is not a typical CPU load. Not a huge problem, but it's annoying. Plus, he can't make sense of it right away. Little does Andres know that this is not just some random bug. It's a cleverly hidden backdoor. One that's been planted over years by hostile forces, possibly state-sponsored hackers. Now it's set to spread globally and give the perpetrators access to millions of servers around the world. To the systems of hospitals, companies, and entire governments. A master key to the internet and everything connected to it, right in the hands of criminals. Andres doesn't know about any of this yet, but he's about to literally save the internet. To understand this story, we first need to take a little detour into software engineering and a very particular little piece of code. A lot of software out there is company-owned, like Word, which belongs to Microsoft. Only Microsoft employees can tweak and further develop that software. But then there's software that is open source. It works kind of like Wikipedia. The source code is out in the open for anyone to see and use. Basically, anyone can contribute and suggest changes. That has led to the creation of many programs that are fundamental to our digital infrastructure. While anyone can pitch in on open source projects, there are usually a few people in charge. These so-called maintainers have the final say on the code and review any changes before they get implemented. Lasse Collin is one of these maintainers. He has been working for years on the Linux tool xzutils. Linux is the most widely used open source operating system in the world. You may not be running Linux directly on your own computer, but it powers most of the world's servers, mainframes, and every single one of the top 500 supercomputers. XZ is a data compression format included in pretty much all major Linux distributions. A Linux distribution is like a full package of all the essential programs your computer needs to run. Different distros are designed for different purposes. XZUtils compresses and packages data so it can be transferred and stored faster.
I don't need it.
It's kind of like zip files.
Fair enough. Huh?
Colin developed the tool back in 2005. As its maintainer, he has been in charge of all changes to XZUtils ever since. He reviews suggested edits and then approves them, or not. Once the approved changes are in place, a new version of XZUtils can be included in Linux distros. But lately that process has hit a bit of a snag. 2 volunteer developers are not happy with how Colin has been handling his maintenance duties. They feel like he's way too slow in responding to change requests and messages. Dennis Nance is clearly frustrated when he asks for updates.
I asked
Definitely not my thing. I know nothing from this, so I'm not gonna watching it. I don't know why I'm watching it, to be honest. Let me see if there's any. This movie isn't bad as people expected. Don't tell me he talk about Joker, okay?
I imagine most of you were living your life in ignorant bliss, not even knowing there was a new Hellboy movie coming out.
Oh, is there a new
About 2
Hellboy
months
movie?
ago, they released a trailer for Hellboy the Crooked Man, and for maybe like 12 hours, people collectively clowned on it, because it looked like trash. Anyway, though, most people forgot all about it. I didn't. I paid attention. About 2 weeks ago, they also announced that they weren't even going to bother throwing this puppy into movie theaters. It was just going straight to...
Cowboy, I enjoy Cowboy stuff, but I haven't watching the new one by Ron Perlman. Yes or yeah. Like I watched the first 2 Hellboy movie. It really good.
Streaming, which doesn't showcase a lot of faith in Hellboy the Crooked Man here from the higher-ups. They just condemned it straight to the VHS bin at Blockbuster. I love Hellboy. The Guillermo del Toro movies, I think, are amazing, and I was one of the few delusional souls that found enjoyment out of the Hellboy reboot a few years ago. I recognize that it's an objectively horrible film, but tell that to my heart, which was smiling watching it because it was so entertainingly shit. Especially the ending. I actually talk about the ending quite a bit on stream. I still think that is one of the most shocking, out of nowhere, but beautiful endings ever. Basically, hell gets opened on Earth, and they have these really cool demon designs that come out that I've never seen on the big screen, and they just start like flaying people alive. They start killing people in really fucking gory, creative ways. It was unexpected and really cool to see. But the movie's bad, I know that. It's still fun. But anyway, I paid attention to the Crooked Man here because I was going to watch it no matter what. And I don't want the title to mislead anyone here. It's not a good movie, but it's not as dog shitty as I was expecting it to be.
What is
So
this?
clearly this film is working on a lower budget here, which I never mind. Like I said, I think low budget films are the future. Every movie needing $100 million plus budget is absurdity, and some of my favorite films are the ones that are made on shoestring budgets. Even though this budget is like 20 million, I wouldn't even really call that shoestring.
What the hell is that?
Comparatively to like everything
Goblin?
else that comes out, that
What
is
is that, Goblin?
teeny tiny. That is tiddlywinks of dollars to work with. Godzilla Minus One made it work though with a $15 million budget, and that was my favorite movie of 2023. That movie is a fucking masterpiece. Hellboy the Crooked Man is not. I'm not trying to compare it to Godzilla Minus One or anything. I'm just saying the budget I don't think is the biggest issue with the film. And I actually think they used their budget pretty well. Stylistically, I think the film looks good. I think they chose a good style to go with, and they recognize shortcomings with like CGI and stuff, so they don't bother to try and show you something that looks shitty for CGI. They will instead, like when someone's transforming, instead of showing them going through it, they'll cut away and they've already transformed. It's better than giving you some kind of lazy Nintendo 64 looking thing of them transforming. That's smart. And they do that for some of the action as well. And action doesn't happen much in this movie at all. This is not the Hellboy I've ever seen before. Apparently this is more true to the comic books where he's more of a detective as opposed to like a badass fighter. And I
Oh,
don't
don't
really
kill my
like that. I'll
NPC.
just go ahead and tell you right now, I thought it was lame. Hellboy doesn't do much. Like, even as an investigator, he doesn't do much. He just says, oh crap, a lot. And then at one point, he starts hitting a few zombies with a shovel. And he like, grabbed the snake once and popped its head. After getting bit by it, like, 8 times. And after getting suplexed by this, like, normal-sized snake, like, 8 times. So, I was really unimpressed with Hellboy's ability to handle himself and take care of situations. It wasn't really Hellboy versus the Crooked Man. It was more like this geriatric old man choking on a fur ball and then Hellboy shooting him. I'm getting into spoilers here, obviously, but it's just kind of underwhelming in that department. Now, if you're like a huge fan of the comic books and prefer a more passive Hellboy, then maybe this is more up your alley, but for me, I'd become accustomed to how he'd been portrayed in the previous films, so
Yeah.
I didn't really like
I actually
this
read the
version
Hellboy
of him
comic
very
book.
much. I think the actor did a decent
It's not
job
bad,
playing
but
Hellboy. You're
it
never going to live up
really
to
nice
Ron
though.
Perlman or anything, but I thought he was fine. I really did.
Yeah.
And I kind of went off on a tangent here, getting into other things, but what I was talking about with the style is I do think they used their budget well. Like, the locations are small, contained, so it's not like huge scale or anything. And I actually prefer that everything's not on this, like, world-ending scale. I like this more localized story. Basically, they had this spider that they were transporting. Shit gets cattywampus, the spider breaks free, they fall off of a train, and now they're in the weird hills here that have some spooky stuff going on with some witches and the Crooked Man. So it's very small, like it's contained, and I appreciate that. I do want to mention that even though they, for the most part, do a good job of not just showing you bad CGI, there are moments where there is bad CGI, because, I mean, for a film like this, there is going to be CGI moments, and yikes, sports fans, I gotta tell you, sometimes it does not look good. For example, there is a witch. Since I'm already getting into spoilers, I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you who the witch is. I've been getting into spoilers when going over these things, but I'll just keep giving you warnings. This is a huge spoiler for this, so if you plan on watching this movie, just know I'm about to spoil something big for you. Hellboy's mom plays a role in this, and she's a witch. And Hellboy keeps getting transported to the fucking Upside Down, where he's witnessing his mother being, like, tortured for sins that she has committed and forced to bear this child, Hellboy. And she is burning. And Hellboy watches her burn, and it looks awful. Like, not, like, painful or anything, I'm sure it is, but, like, visually, I thought for a second I wasn't even watching a movie anymore, I was watching, like, previs. It actually looks like they took the actress and then slapped, like, fire JPEG images they found on Google and slightly animated it on top of her. It was bad. Again, though, overall I do feel they did a good job of avoiding, like, bad CGI moments, and overall I do think the movie looks good visually. It also goes for a...
For a lot of Hellboy movie, I think the first 2 movie is nice. It's more like fighting and all that stuff, but the second... But I haven't been watching the new ones, because the new ones say they more focus on, like, the comic book version of the Hellboy, like where when Hellboy, like, go on adventure and all that stuff. So yeah. Overall, I don't know, is it good or not? I haven't been watching it, but I do read the comic book though. A lot of people say, like, the comic book is really not good. I read it, it's not bad, but it's more of, like, how do I say it? It's like the mix of everything. It's like the mix of, like, a Hellboy adventure where he travel here, he do this stuff, he fighting others, so yeah. He's fighting other anomaly, so yeah. Cloverfield is an American Godzilla. Dude, I actually like the Cloverfield. I just with the movie
Kaijus.
I just with the movie Cloverfield doesn't have, like, the handheld thingy, like, not the cam recording. Instead of make the entire movie, with the cam recording thing, they bring, like, how do I say that? It make the monster threatening, like, you know, a person who
Everyone likes kaijus. The robot fights of Pacific Rim, any version of Godzilla, serious or silly. And who doesn't love Gamera? I love Gamera. I talk a lot about giant monsters, how much I love them. But let's
mean,
be
comics
honest,
right now
if
it's
you were
just
stuck
trash,
in
to be
any of
honest.
these
Right now, just
scenarios,
read
it would be
manga.
absolutely
Better.
terrifying. Imagine if you were just going about your day, and suddenly your entire life is uprooted by an incomprehensible beast. No context, no overhead view, you just witness the destruction the only way you can, on the ground. And so you film it. That is Cloverfield. For a time as a kid, Cloverfield was my favorite movie. When it came out, it had such an aura that couldn't be described. Every time I viewed it, I just had a sinking feeling. But there's a mystery to it. From its marketing, to the hidden little details throughout the film, to the concept of just found footage in general.
Yeah,
this was my first found footage movie, and it stuck with me like nothing else truly did. To me, it was entirely unique. It still kind of is. As the years went by, of course my opinion on the movie changed. The mystery element sadly faded away. You learn all about the behind the scenes, how it was directed by Matt Reeves and produced by J.J. Abrams, and T.J. Miller went on to be T.J. Miller. Eventually, you just kind of stop watching it. You move on, until you decide to watch it again for a silly YouTube channel. And yeah, after watching this movie again, I still love it, man. I can finally rant about this thing. Let's do it. When looking back at the big found footage movies, like Blair Witch, Paranormal Activity, and of course Cloverfield, they all have one thing in common: underground marketing, word of mouth. These movies only succeeded because it got people talking. Imagine if you were in the theaters in 2007, watching, say, Transformers, and this mysterious trailer begins to play. And then it ends. There isn't even a title, just a date. And so, the speculation began. Here's the thing, I didn't even pick Transformers as a joke. The first Cloverfield trailer premiered on Transformers opening weekend. Truly, this was a golden age of cinema. Shut up, Grandma! So what could this new movie be? Everyone had different ideas. The article I read to jog my memory on the whole thing mentioned how people speculated it was a new Godzilla movie. And I gotta say, while reading that, I had a flashback like in Ratatouille. I was one of those people that thought it was Godzilla. Other people had other ideas. In the first trailer, some guy says that it's alive.
God, it's alive! It's huge!
And for some reason, people misheard that. They thought he said, "It's a lion."
God, it's alive! It's huge!
For a few months after this trailer released, some people thought that this was a teaser for a Voltron movie.
What?
Because part of Voltron is a lion. Anyway, the initial mystery took the internet by storm. Maybe it was Godzilla. Maybe it was Voltron. The only thing to go off of was that initial date in the teaser, 1/18/08.com. When you went to 1/18/08.com, you got these strange pictures. Today, we know that's just TJ Miller's face, but at the time, man, what could it mean? Spooky. This was the start of an ARG, an augmented reality game created to drip feed information to internet sleuths. A mystery hunt involving various strange websites, this girl's vlog, fake MySpace profiles, and even slushies. Oh boy, the slushies. This wasn't the first or last time an ARG hit the internet. Halo did it with ilovebees.com, and Gravity Falls fans spent months trying to find Bill Cipher's corpse. But this one was slightly different. This one told a backstory. Each bit of information was a puzzle piece that fleshed out the Cloverfield world. Then sometimes information that wasn't tied to the ARG at all just took the community by storm. What was this concept art? Was the monster actually a giant whale? So how much of the ARG actually played a part in the movie? Alright, so we're gonna go through this quick just in case anyone hasn't seen the movie in a while. Our video/movie begins with a disclaimer from the US government. The following footage is a part of the Cloverfield case. The video then begins with our main character, Rob Hawkins, filming an intimate moment. Every time I show people this movie, I entirely forget that this is the beginning. So there's like a minute of silence where we're both sitting there, and I just know they're wondering what the hell I'm showing them. This girl, as we learn, is his friend, Beth. They are not dating. This guy is just casually filming a one-night stand. Oddly enough, that becomes a plot point later. The footage skips to a few months later.
Is this thing on? Look out! Babe, it's not my camera. I don't know if it's the on button or the zoom button.
The camera is now being borrowed by his brother, Jason. Jason! His fiance had an idea for Jason to go around filming all of Rob's
Kind of
friends,
wild because
have
he's
them say
filming Joe
little
one night
goodbye
stands, but
messages.
yeah.
This whole movie is because this girl had a corny Pinterest idea. Jason doesn't give a shit though, so he pawns the camera onto HUD, telling him to do a very important job. One that HUD will surely do correctly, and then he spends the entire night not doing that.
What's up, man? Hey, what's up, dude? What's up?
Goes around filming friends having personal and relationship issues, and then upon learning that his friends slept together, he goes and tells the whole party.
I knew they had sexual intercourse. He told me.
Did you know that Rob and Beth had
What the
sex?
fuck?
No.
I want an
go around
alternate
talking.
version of Cloverfield where the monster just doesn't attack, and the next morning Rob just sees 50 minutes of HUD telling everyone about his sex life. Sadly though, the monster does attack.
Care about the most.
The whole film is just them trying to survive a kaiju attack. They try to escape, that doesn't work out. Rob gets a distressing call from Beth, he learns she's trapped, and the group ignores the evacuation to walk to Central Park. It goes about as well as you would imagine. The survivors get on the last chopper out of New York, right as the creatures bombed from the military. Man, if only the chopper flew higher. After witnessing TJ Miller get gobbled up, Rob and Beth say their last goodbyes as Central Park gets carpet bombed. The final shot is a flashback at Coney Island. Something falls into the ocean. Found footage films were once a novel concept. Then Paranormal Activity came out and spawned a trend that pretty much killed the genre. What we learned afterwards is that there is very much a wrong way to do a found footage film. Every movie in the genre really hinges on two simple questions. One, how did the footage survive? Like as an example, there's this movie called Apollo 18. Lost footage of why we really never went back to the moon. It's so stupid. Anyway, it ends with an alien attacking them and they all explode in space.
Apollo 18? Is that a found footage?
They blew up next to the moon. How did anyone on Earth get the footage? Number two, why is the cameraman still filming? 90% of these movies can't answer that. Paranormal Activity just gives up by the third movie even rationalizing it. Cloverfield luckily doesn't have this problem. How did the camera survive? Well, it fell underneath the rubble before the final blast. Why is the cameraman still filming? Because HUD f***ing sucks.
Sorry.
What? I got it. HUD,
But I'm documenting.
not this.
It's kind of a genius creative decision to have your camera guy be a doofus who ignores social cues.
For all we know, it's from another planet and it flew here.
Oh, is that magnifying glass?
Yeah, exactly.
In critical strike
You know
zoom
who Superman
in.
is?
Makes things more interesting. We have a camera guy who really shouldn't be filming this, but he
Who
is
would be
anyway.
outside
He thinks it
playground?
makes him
Oh, yeah, that's
super
true.
important.
Yeah. People are gonna want to know how it all went down.
HUD is in this movie a lot.
If this is the last thing you see, that means I died.
Despite that aspect of the movie really aging terribly, it's still my favorite found footage film. And it's not just because it's a kaiju movie and I'm a sucker for that. It's because of how complex this movie really is when you look under the hood. Like, just think about how many pieces had to come together to pull this off. Found footage is a low-budget genre. The Blair Witch Project just had their actors film in the middle of the woods. Paranormal Activity was in a suburban house. Half the movie was people sleeping. Visually, there isn't a lot going on. Except for in Cloverfield. And I guess Chronicled, but this is about Cloverfield. This movie's kind of deceptive. Each shot seems random, but it's all deliberate to build up the scene. As a certain decrepit old man once said, you might not have noticed it, but your brain did. Like, take the bridge scene for instance. Rob gets a call. The camera pans to his brother, getting pushed away. Pan back to Rob.
Okay, Beth, you're gonna have to calm down.
A chopper shows up, and its light blinds the camera. Everyone looks at the bottom level of the bridge. Why are people running away? Who knows? The chopper is now shining a light on the crowd. The camera zooms in on Jason, who stands on a statue to get a vantage point. The chopper is now shining a light on him, and whatever everyone is reacting to off screen. We get a hint that it's something above him though, considering there is now water dripping on his head. The camera finally zooms out to reveal that it's the monster's tail. It's a little exhausting for me to break it down like that, but the whole movie's like that. Deliberately shot to seem not deliberate. So much thought given into every little action and pan of the camera. Because this is information the audience still needs to know to get the scene.
I'm a sucker for this type of movie. Well, not the love footage thing. I'm a sucker for like the monster movie. That and zombie movie. I love zombie movie. Oh my god. Like zombie movie is like my favorite genre when it came to like a horror movie. I still remember there is a movie, I forgot what they call it. Day of the Living Dead or something. Basically like a group of survival inside like a giant shopping mall and try to survive. So yeah. I like one of my favorite movies. The zombie movie.
Just like in any other movie, there is still build-up, tension, and payoff. It's just done in a single cut, with a first-person view. I could easily imagine the same scene playing out in a conventional kaiju movie. The impact, though, just wouldn't be the same. What's kind of funny is that even though the movie did so much to lead the audience along, audiences back in 2007 weren't really ready for it. It turns out that the shaky camera led to a lot of sick people. That's fine, weed out the weak. They never could have survived hardcore Henry.
Look out the field!
What the?
As a kid, all this adult stuff kind of went over my head. But now that I'm older, I kind of realized that this was like a CW romance drama that literally got stomped on.
Oh god! Oh my god!
I think the weirdest thing about watching this movie now, man, I don't know how else to say it. It feels old, but that can't be right. I saw this in theaters. How can this be old? But everyone's on Blackberries or flip phones. And just this guy's hair dates it the most. The technology of the time is inseparable from the movie itself, which influences how the entire movie is cut together. It's disjointed and out of place, cutting at random and imperfect times because HUD kept pressing the record button on and off.
I'm gonna test him up. Ooh, nice. Hey,
what's up, man?
A zombie building. Oh, I think I know about that movie. I forgot the name. It is similar to like found footage, right? So yeah. I forgot that name.
Hey guys. Hey.
What do we say?
This movie could only have existed in 2008, a time before everyone ended up having a camera in their pocket, especially when physical tape itself was phased out. Throughout the movie, HUD keeps accidentally switching back to the original recording on the tape, which was Rob and Beth's Nice Day Out. A happier time. Now accidentally wiped away and taped over, all to film for a going away party.
I think I can find that movie, 1 second. It definitely on YouTube. No, not on YouTube, like I know the name of it. Confinement? No, not confinement. Quarantine? Yeah, this should be what, like the movie, right? The quarantine movie. Like a group of people inside like a hotel, and there are a bunch of like zombie and zip lady type thing. Yep, I think that what's the movie you want to looking for, like Quarantine. Maybe wrong, I don't know.
Did you switch the tape? Because I had a tape in there.
I don't know. It was
Roller coasters are fine, but like any kind of teacuppy thing.
tape was in here when I.
And then the tape is used for another purpose, filming the monster attack that ultimately kills everyone. Rob leaving and the monster attacking literally wipes out this nice memory they had.
They are.
No, okay, well, let me ask you a question.
But it's ironically what brought them back together. Their relationship still oddly lives on as a classified file owned by the American government. Everyone has their own idea of what the most 2000s film is. The most of its era, for good and bad. And for me, I would say Cloverfield's up there. Not really because it's the most dated or of its time, but for another reason. Alright, time to talk about 9/11.
What? Oh, the movie before night.
I said this in a previous video, but I'll reiterate it again. Lindsay Ellis once made a point to describe Independence Day and War of the Worlds as distinctly pre- and post-9/11. I'm gonna take that metaphor and apply it to American kaiju movies. Yeah, same metaphor for Godzilla 1998 and Cloverfield. One is peak late 90s
Yeah, the parody
Americana,
movie
also
in
directed
Iceland.
by Roland Emmerich, about a monster rampaging through New York City, and it doesn't even knock down a building. And then there's Cloverfield.
Their second quarantine movie really happened to the airport, so yeah.
I don't think you needed me to tell you this, but so much of this movie is directly influenced by 9/11 footage. Its visual language is certainly the most 9/11-esque of any major film ever made. Matt Reeves has gone on to say the movie is a metaphor for 9/11, like how the first Godzilla was a metaphor for Hiroshima. And yeah, you can tell, it's as subtle as a brick to the face. That said, of all the major American films meant to contextualize 9/11, this one's probably the best. And it's really because the rest are just so fucking terrible. It's just one of those events that don't work out when you try to put it on screen, ever. Like everyone saw it on TV the first time.
Well, and look who's here, Mr. Peanut!
Oh,
Mr. Peanut is here! Is he salt-free and dry roasted?
Look at that silly guy. He's just a baby. He didn't mean for this to happen. Yeah, if you didn't know, Clover was confirmed to be a baby. Neville Page and Matt Reeves said they wanted it to be like a newborn deer. This is like the worst version of Bambi ever. At first, nothing Clover is doing is intentional. The oil tanker sinking at the beginning was probably just because Clover wandered into the Hudson, and then it exploded. This thing really is just a big baby. Which is kind of terrifying then, because it implies that there's a mom out there. Where is the mom? How big is the mom? There isn't even a real name for this thing. Everyone just calls it Clover. Clover's a little different compared to other kaiju. Godzilla, when he's taking on a villain role, is just downright malicious. The Pacific Rim kaiju are literally biological weapons. For a lot of kaiju, there is some intentionality to their actions. But not really with Clover, at first. Except I guess when it rips off the Statue of Liberty's head and throws it. But hey, that's just because Matt Reeves likes Escape from New York. For the most part, this thing acts like a baby deer. A giant, fish-like monster deer. Yeah, this thing does look pretty wacky, doesn't it? It's kind of a shame that this design is only used in a movie that briefly lets you see the monster. It's only once you pause the movie or just look at a model online where the true freakiness of Clover really comes out. Look at that thing. So first off, its body shape in general, something I'd describe as spore creature. Clover's four-legged, but its body is vertical. So those main front arms, or whatever you call them, are like twice the size of its hind legs. It's such a strange body plan. I love monsters that have that body plan. It's why Behemoth is the best MonsterVerse kaiju. I never noticed before just how big Clover's front paws are. Or at least I think they're paws. Hands? Either way, they look goofy. And then it's got these little arms on its torso. At least I thought they were arms.
To make it like alien
Apparently
creatures,
they're
so
not. They're actually
rather than, like,
external
creature.
esophagi, outer intestines, with teeth. In the limited manga time.
I kind of like it. Like, I kind of like it when it came to like monster creatures. It has a really cool design. So, yeah. Some monster design look really cool, especially the Z one. It make it look like a giant monster instead of like a giant giant alien creature rather than giant monster from the earth. Because a lot of like earth monster had like a little bit of a had a lot of bit similar to all the like all the real creatures. So yeah. But yeah.
Tie-in Cloverfield kitchen, they're literally tubes that suck people up. But hey, how can you be scared of that face? He's kind of cute. A big, angry fish with weird air sac things and a large underbite. I've always thought about living in this world and what the aftermath would be like. It'd be kind of horrifying, right? Like, imagine waking up and then this is on the news. Where did it come from? What's its origin? Well, people in-universe probably would never know. At least we knew. Anybody who read the Cloverfield wiki, or watched those Cloverfield lore videos on YouTube, all of those came from the same source, the ARG. You see, J.J. Abrams really liked to incorporate hidden meanings surrounding anything he worked with, and he was very vocal about the ARG. That exploring deeper into it would unveil more information that the movie didn't. There was no need to explain to the audience what this monster was. You could just go online and find out yourself. It was a story all of its own. So what actually was the lore of Cloverfield? What was this backstory the ARG unveiled? It all led back to one name, Slusho. Okay, stick with me. So, every vlog from this girl, every bit of information collected, every MySpace post from fake people, told a lore backstory on where the monster actually came from. And it all revolved around Slusho. Or more importantly, Slusho's parent company, Tagarado. There's a Japanese government satellite named Chimpanzee 3 that broke apart and fell into the Atlantic Ocean. You can see it falling at the end of the movie. While scanning the Atlantic Ocean trying to find the downed satellite, Tagarado discovered something called seabed's nectar, a mysterious resource that comes from the bottom of the ocean. And they decided to use this mysterious...
So the seabed nectar may be the monster blood or the monster something? Oh no.
Resource as their secret ingredient for their slushies. So Tagarado decided to create a rig and begin drilling. So that raises the question, what the hell is seabed's nectar? Is it kaiju goo? Is it something kaijus like? Who's to say? And it was while drilling for seabed's nectar where they accidentally woke something up. Like the dwarves in Moria, Tagarado dug too deep. In December 2007, Clover awoke, got pissed, and destroyed the rig.
The Atlantic Ocean suddenly sinking under violent and unexplained circumstances.
Then it started making its way to New York City, and finally reached landfall on May 22nd, 2008. Easy, to the point, it makes sense. Clover looks like a big old fish, of course it came from the ocean. The lore was settled, YouTube videos were made, and everyone moved on. Then 15 years later, Matt Reeves says the monster's actually an alien.
Oh, is it monster?
In an interview with Sci-Fi, Matt Reeves discussed working on the first Cloverfield. There was this exchange, which I'm gonna read verbatim. In terms of its species, was it of this planet, or is it an alien? It's alien. In fact, at the end of the movie, you can see the moment when it comes to Earth. It's another one of those little Easter egg moments. But when we revisit the footage where they're on the Ferris wheel at the end, you see the meteor flying down and hitting the ocean. That's actually the beginning of the baby being on Earth. This was a nuke to all the ARG enjoyers out there. Truly, there were no survivors. Many simply ignored his comments. He wasn't involved in the deep lore. He just forgot what they included in the ARG. It's been 2 decades, he's just being stupid. Matt Reeves, the director, and Drew Goddard, the writer, pretty much disregarded the only canon this movie ever knew. Because if the monster's an alien, then every forum post, every Tagarado cover-up, the station collapse, the very monster's origin would just not have happened. None of this would be canon. I love the ARG lore, so I just didn't pay this much mind.
Yeah,
and then I started making this video. I got curious. I started digging deeper. I shouldn't have done that. Over the last 15 years, this movie's previously established lore has unraveled, all thanks to each interview by the people that actually made the damn thing. Let's start off simple. In an interview, J.J. Abrams was asked what the ultimate fate of the monster was, and he answered, yes, he's dead. Ultimately, the bombs kill him. At the end of the original movie's credits, there is a final audio message. It says, help us. Here's the thing, if you play this message backwards, it says the words, it's still alive. So what the fuck do we do? By the interview of JJ, the monster is dead. But by the canon of the actual movie, the monster's actually alive.
Like,
why did JJ say it was dead? Well, it's probably because he didn't know that Matt Reeves snuck it in. The major creative heads on this movie can't even agree if the creature died.
They just, oh
I can't blame JJ for missing this little Easter egg in his own movie. He's just a producer, and he didn't have eyes on every creative decision, especially one just snuck in at the end of the credits. A lot of people missed it. Hell, even the Cloverfield wiki missed it. There's a lot of debate about whether the creature is dead or not, because some, even knowing about the backwards message,
I think the monster is dead because it's still juvenile, so like the military definitely like, gonna kill it. Because I remember there is like a new movie coming up, right? And like it show like the future after the monster is dead or something. I don't know.
say that JJ just confirmed it was dead anyway, so it's dead. The question now is, what do we consider canon? A clue left within the actual film itself? Or an interview, after the fact, by just one of the creatives involved? JJ started slapping the Cloverfield name onto movies that were gonna just bomb at the box office. It was kind of a weird idea, but it could work, you know? And then Cloverfield Paradox came out.
Yep.
Not only is it pretty terrible, but the space horror film ends with this. Yeah, a series that was getting away from the kaiju monster and making its own name ended up right back where it started, tied to the first movie. All because JJ couldn't help but jingle some keys in front of the audience. This monster, though, is really big. It's up to the clouds. If Clover is a baby, then that's probably its mom. At least I thought it was, until JJ opened his mouth. It's the same creature, but definitely bigger. I mean, it was a baby in the first one, so maybe it started eating its Wheaties and grew a little bit. This creature at the end of Cloverfield Paradox, is the same monster. This is Clover. J.J. Abrams said this monster was dead, and then changed his mind a decade later for shock value. The term death of the author is used a lot. Does an author have permanent authority over the canon of what they wrote after the fact? Or should the words be left to the audience's interpretations? The problem here is that there wasn't just one author for this project. There was mainly three, technically four. J.J. Abrams the producer, Drew Goddard the writer, Matt Reeves the director, and honestly, the ARG. This isn't a death of the author situation. This is all of the authors fucking killing each other. They all wrote a book, and then had entirely different headcanons about what they wrote. And the other three really didn't know or care what the fourth was cooking up. Then most people paid attention to the fourth one. And it all started with that very first hint. The one that dates the pictures of Rob's party as 01/18/2008. Wait a second, 01/18? The movie takes place in May. Okay, you know, that's probably an honest mistake. Nothing too weird. I'm probably just looking too deep into this. The only thing that really matters, if we're gonna be honest, is the satellite. You know, the satellite that J.J. Abrams said woke up the monster. But I thought the drilling woke up the monster. Alright then, this satellite then. I don't care what Matt Reeves said. That was Chimpanzee 3, the wiki even says it. This was the exact moment the monster woke up, on April 27th, 2008. So now we just have to confirm in the ARG itself, this was when the satellite fell. And going into Tagarado Corp's website in the Wayback Machine, we see right here. Tagarado used the Hatsui satellite to try to identify a rogue piece that is thought to have fallen off the Japanese government's Chimpanzee 3 satellite. Although Hatsui's work has not yet been able to confirm the identity of the fallen piece, Tagarado scientists and engineers are busily trying to track and recover the fragment. According to Hatsui data, it disappeared into the Atlantic late last week. Awesome. Now we just have to find the date, and it's January 3rd, 2008. Wait. Why did it come to this? I just want to talk about the funny kaiju movie. Alright, here's the thing. I love the ARG. This is my canon for the last almost 20 years.
So it's so convoluted that too
I think
many
I
people
noticed its
saying anything,
limitations.
and now no one knows what's
The simple fact that this was a real-time event for a movie that was released on January 18th, 2008, and Cloverfield's time frame
Whoa,
is
is that a
between
giant
April
egg?
27th and May. The ARG's events kind of had to end in January, at least the major elements of it. They did post a few things after, but not a lot. Either way, this created a time gap of a few months. So what's the problem here? Just move a few dates. Well, while the ARG is implied canon, the movie is actually canon. Like, something did fall out of the sky on this date. And if you consider the dates of the ARG canon, then the satellite fell before January 3rd. It couldn't have fallen on April 27th. Now, I've seen a few explanations for this. One, this was actually the secondary satellite, the Hatsui. But, like, this is collectively agreed to be Chimpanzee 3. I mean, you could pretty much ignore any time issues because it makes the events more interesting. Who cares? It's fiction. This is ultimately just headcanon. And I tried to do that. I really tried to do that. So according to the ARG, Tagarado scoured the ocean for the satellite and found the nectar spot. Then they built the rig over the nectar spot, which awoke the monster and destroyed the rig in December 2007. But the website says they were looking for the satellite in January 2008. Why is this before that? Okay, say the Chimpanzee 3 crashed in April 27th, just like JJ said. Well then, Tagarado would have identified the area, discovered it was a source of nectar, built a rig, and then have it blow up in the span of a month. You see the flaws here. If you like the ARG canon, don't let me be a buzzkill. You can have your own head canon, that's fine. But for me, I personally can't help thinking if this whole lore was just 3 marketing agencies without really any communication, all going off vague notes from Bad Robot, and they all got their dates crossed. Do we start considering parts of the ARG just not canon? Which parts are canon? Is none of it canon? If you look into the abyss of the mystery box, does it look back? That damn satellite just keeps popping in my head. I just keep thinking about what Matt Reeves said, how he put things into the movie that JJ didn't know about, how JJ just changes his mind, and a dark thought enters my mind. What if Clover was an alien? Remove the ARG from your mind. We are dealing with purely the info we have in the movie. What are we left with? This is a movie about young people in New York whose lives are uprooted by a monster attack. Who are the main characters? Really, it's Rob and Beth. This is Rob's camera, and it's about him learning about what's important through disaster. The movie starts with these two, and it ends with these two.
It would better if the
If
movie
Clover
just about
was
like
actually an
monsters.
alien, what does it contribute to the lore? Nothing. The ARG is not canon, all of these videos are wrong, none of it was canonical, even those really cool pictures of parasites in the ocean. We accept that the ARG was a fun marketing tool by J.J. Abrams, a guy who has been shown to not really think any of this through, and even if the ARG tried its best, it clearly was not the main priority by anyone who was in charge. So let's say Clover was an alien. He came from outer space. What does it contribute to the movie? If we go by the ARG lore, this is the ending. After Rob and Beth's death, the camera jumps to their happy day together. We see a satellite fall to the Earth in the background. Through the lore and JJ's confirmation, this was the satellite Chimpanzee 3. It may or may not have woken up the monster. While searching for it, the Tagarado Corp finds a source of seabed's nectar, which they use as an ingredient for their slushies. They create a rig to contain the creature and also drill. The creature awakes, destroys the offshore rig, and steamrolls for New York City. Cloverfield ends with a little nod to the people who followed the ARG, like JJ said. The satellite is really just a hint for people to explore the lore themselves, a wink at the audience. And this has been my headcanon since 2008. And then there is the alien ending that Matt Reeves and Drew Goddard apparently intended.
Approximately 7 hours ago, something attacked the city.
The movie ends with Rob and Beth holding each other as the bombs fall down.
I love you. I love you.
The camera jumps to their last truly enjoyable moment together, and in that moment, Rob is oblivious that something just fell into the ocean. The object is Clover, still as an egg, falling right off the shore of Coney Island, an island directly next to the Hudson River. The egg will hatch, the alien will grow fast, and wander up the river.
What is that?
And as its first snack, trying to eat the
Yeah, the
Statue of
Valkyrie?
Liberty. Why it's here, we don't know. But in this final scene, we do get one question answered: where it came from. The payoff of all these flashbacks truly coming to a head, showing that this camera was the first one to spot the monster. There's also that dark irony. Not only is it showing this lost relationship, but also showing the arrival of the monster that ultimately destroys them.
I had a good day.
The movie now has far less background information, but you also need less info. This is a more self-contained movie. To me, this just raises more questions. Why did it happen to land right outside New York City? Why did it try to eat the Statue of Liberty? No, actually, think about this. Other than it being a reference to Escape from New York, why in-universe did Clover try to eat the Statue of Liberty? Why did it assume it was food? Clover has never seen a human before. The statue doesn't smell like anything alive. For all it would know, this is just a big building. The only thing the Statue of Liberty did was be shaped like a human.
Who was eating people? Who was eating everyone?
And yeah, we no longer have a Lovecraftian horror, but we have a cosmic one. This is a terrifying kaiju that pops out of nowhere. Our characters have no clue what's going on. And now, if you choose to accept this new idea, neither does the audience. The only information we're given from Matt Reeves is that this creature came from space,
I think I need to
it's
build
a
more
baby,
houses.
and it's still not dead.
So what now?
So that video got away from me. I went into this just figuring I was gonna explain the film and ARG. That was it. Then the more I looked, the more everything unraveled. Hell, I couldn't even find evidence of J.J. Abrams saying this was Chimpanzee 3. The wiki says he said it, but I couldn't find a single source. No interview, no anything. I even kept it in the video because maybe I was missing something. Maybe there was some stone left unturned. That never happened. From what I can see, I don't think JJ ever said this was a satellite. All he ever said was they had two theories. It seems like the wiki just made it up. Headcanon is an interesting thing. Star Wars. Disney bought Star Wars. Decided every book or comic before and after the original saga just wasn't canon anymore. They were now called Legends. Pretty much just a different timeline from the real canon. No more Yuzong Vong War, no more Thrawn until they brought him back, no Chewie getting crushed by a moon.
What?
People were pissed. All of this is just fiction at the end of the day, but you feel a real reaction when a story or event you like is deemed not real within the canon of that fiction anymore. It can all go away thanks to the whims of whoever legally owns it. My point is, that same thing happened to this ARG. A creator wiped away the pre-established lore.
I like the
by saying
ARG
Clover
much
was
more.
an alien the whole time. It just meant none of this was real. It didn't contribute to the Cloverfield movie. It didn't matter. People felt angry. Here's the thing though, it's fiction. Whether it's real or not is up to you. The ARG, despite its flaws, told a story, and it's now a story that some are attached to. I have gotten more enjoyment from something that technically isn't even canon according to the people that made it, more than the actual film. Just because they weren't the most well-crafted backstories and the dates don't really line up, it doesn't mean they need to go to waste. The problem is though, after this whole video, we're kind of in a conundrum. So I propose this. Just like what happened with Star Wars, I propose two ways of looking at Cloverfield lore. The Matt Reeves way, and the ARG way. If you like the idea that Clover's an alien, go with Matt Reeves. As for me, I'm sticking with the ARG. Yeah, that's right. Even after dissecting it to death, even after overanalyzing, this is still my headcanon. I was obsessed with this thing since 2008. The ARG and what it did is the main reason the movie stuck with me for so long. You really think I'm gonna change my mind just because Matt Reeves says so? Of course not. And I can't imagine many of you will either. Yeah, Clover being an alien is a neat idea and it makes the film mysterious again, but the ARG had this commercial. And it said this entire disaster was just because a Japanese company wanted to drill for slushy ingredients. So after this 40-minute video, I guess where I'm getting at here is that
It's still real to me, damn it!
Money so glasses. J.J. Abrams. They could have expand the movie more, you know, like how does the creature exist, like kind of wish the entire thing that the monster is more like no, the monster is the alien one is not bad. But making feel like how did they arrive in the earth in the first place? Make it like they sleep in the earth and human actually waking them up, so like now they can fighting against human or something like that. So yeah, it would be better rather than just oh yeah, they an egg from outer space. It hit the ground and it waking the monster up. So yeah, it it's not 100% a good thing. Yeah. Sweet baby losing everything. Oh, what happened? Sweet baby SBI.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So today we're going to talk about the continued destruction of Sweet Baby Inc. 2024 has been a very rough year for this woke consulting firm. Essentially, they got discovered back in February when one of its employees started a harassment campaign against a then very small Steam group called Sweet Baby Inc. Detected. We all know how that story played out. It had the Streisand effect, it blew up the group, and then people started looking at this Sweet Baby Inc. company and looking at their website and seeing their
So it was sort of five slushy and normal. I 50-50 maybe the ocean nectar is like eat food, or maybe eat like the fluid the monster create. You know, I mean, they just eating monster monster juice.
client list and their agenda and some of the games they've worked on, and as a result, anyone associated with Sweet Baby has had a very rough year. People are rejecting anything they're associated with because people are concerned about what kind of woke DEI garbage is going to end up in those products if they work with Sweet Baby. This company has essentially become a death mark. Nobody wants to be publicly associated with Sweet Baby, and now Sweet Baby finds itself in a tough position where they have to rebrand in a way that deals with their negative reputation among gamers. And they're doing just that. So essentially, Sweet Baby nuked their own website and recreated it in a way that I believe is trying to continue pushing its woke agenda, but doing it behind the scenes and also doing so while continuing to work with their current clients, but doing so in a very private way. So what happened? Well, if you had an old link to the website and you use it, you're brought to this page, essentially an error 404 type message saying this page does not seem to exist. Now, they have restructured their website, and as someone who has been on this website a lot of times this year, to do research for videos, I can tell you a lot of changes did occur, and I think they are very important to look at. So here is the new website. You can see they have the same old hypnotic design that's very strange, and their strange mascot is still there, but there are some changes beginning with their top section here, the About section, where it says, Sweet Baby Inc. is an award-winning team of writers and narrative designers who help make stories better. With over 30 games shipped from AAA, indie, and solo developers, we are not just contractors, we are storytellers who can take your project to the next level. So
here's the thing, if you cannot even write your own story and you need to hire people from outside to help you write your story, you're done. Just stop. Like, you're not even worthy to write your own, like, if you think you're not even good enough to write your own story, you have to hire people to write your story for you. And why are you working on your game in the first place? Like, why do you need to hire someone outside of your game who know nothing about your game, who know nothing about your vision, to create chapter for your own story? Nothing so bad. I like it.
This is very interesting. If you know anything about Sweet Baby, you're probably surprised to see not a single mention of diversity, inclusion, equity, nothing like that. If you looked at this message from their About section, you would just think they're narrative consultants. They're just helping people write better stories. It has nothing to do with DEI. Now, of course, we have some archives of their former website. This is their previous About section that says this. Founded in 2018, Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative development and consultation studio based in Montreal and working around the globe. Our mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video games industry. We aim to make games more engaging, more fun, more meaningful, and more inclusive for everyone. So you see this mention of empathetic stories, diversifying, and also more inclusion, and all of that stuff has been ripped from the current About section. Now, there's a few small sections underneath this, beginning with script writing. So they say, we work within scope to cover all of your script writing needs, from cinematics and dialogue to naming 500 pieces of armor. We know every word counts. Again, very generic, nothing about DEI in this one either. Here's the next section, consultation. No matter the stage of production, we can strengthen story pitches, world building and character development needs, and other narrative design demands. Once again, very generic. Here we have the first one that looks anything like DEI or something you would expect from Sweet Baby. It's their authenticity and sensitivity section, saying, we approach sensitivity by working with your existing narrative and documentation to bring out its natural authenticity and emotional resonance. We don't look for red flags, we highlight green ones. So this is interesting too. So even in a section where they're talking about authenticity and sensitivity, they're not saying we're going to point to your red flags and make you change things. They're just going to highlight the ones they think are already good, which is a much more passive approach than you would expect from Sweet Baby, at least, you know, from what they're telling you publicly right now.
What the fuck is that?
Now, the next section is another one that has changed in ways that I think are interesting and not too impactful, but it's worth mentioning. So the featured projects, it's the games they've worked on. You see the classics they've always listed, like God of War, Ragnarok, Sable, so on and so forth. They constantly change this list, and the only one I think is interesting to see pop back up is Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, because they actually removed this for many months leading up until now, but it looks like they brought it back onto this public list of their projects, and that also further confirms the lies of a former Rocksteady developer who claimed that Sweet Baby had no involvement, which there's been a lot of evidence out there to prove otherwise, and this just further confirms that he was lying through his teeth when he made that statement, since they brought it back once again. Now, this is the biggest change, or lack thereof in a sense. There's nothing after this section. We go right to the outreach and workshops. Now, like I said, I've been on this website many times to research for videos. The next section that came was their client list, and I think that was the most important.
It's not even a bot, it's a mini bot.
Sweet Baby's involvement. If you see a company like Ubisoft on that list, you're going to be checking their games to see in the credits and throughout posts on social media if they're involved with Sweet Baby. That client list is gone, and I think that is a very significant thing. And a lot of people are sharing some archive versions. I think this is the most complete list I've seen because, again, like the game list, some companies like Square Enix, for example, have removed themselves from this list over the months, but this one seems to be the most complete and oldest list, and you can see all the usual suspects, especially those from companies that had a rough 2024 due to their connection with Sweet Baby. You see Ubisoft, Xbox Game Studios, you see Warner Bros., Square Enix, Wizards of the Coast, Remedy, Glitch, so on and so forth, okay? And this list, like I said, very important, and I think it says a lot that they have removed this list. And what I mean is, I think they're not trying to rebrand. I think they're trying to go underground. I think they're trying to cool off on the DEI related language in their website, and they're trying to get rid of the client list, and they're hoping you just forget what their entire agenda has been up until now. And
good luck making people forget. Like, as long as the internet exists, someone will remember it, and the moment you try to speak it, they were pointing out, is it you or is it you? You have to know, like, the moment you're getting a lot of attention, people will start to remember, like, what you say. Logical and wacky sounding note can tell the expression plain too low times. Depending on where you live. If you live near Florida, there might be a storm. Who knows?
And also the people they have worked with. I think this is something that was probably demanded upon them, and also something in their own interest, because clients on this list were getting blasted. It's not good to be associated with Sweet Baby, and it's also probably hurting the opportunities for Sweet Baby because people don't want to be publicly associated with them. And now they're hiding this client list, and I'm really trying to stress that I think they're still working with the majority, if not all of these clients from the original list. I don't think these companies are removing themselves because they're separating themselves publicly from Sweet Baby. I think they're doing it because they just don't want that association to be public. And now with the updated website, that section is completely gone. And I think it just serves that underground attempt they're trying to do with their agenda. So the next section is another one that has changed very significantly, and that is the outreach and workshops. You can see here it says our experienced team of writers and narrative designers are ready and available to provide workshops, talks, and general insight to your team. Let us show you how we dig beneath the narrative surface. Again, super generic language. They just sound like a narrative guidance consultation type organization. However, if you look at their old outreach statement here, it's very different. The old website said this: new and marginalized talent can change this industry if given.
I feel like they just trying everything to rebranch. Like they've been in basically a spotlight for too long now, and people start noticing what they're doing, and a lot of people don't like it, so they try to like rebranch and hiding. Like a second. Yeah, really like the Briar biome, so. But yeah, I believe Sweet Baby Inc. I think they rebranching. They making different type of thing they do, but not different type. Like they try to either lay low so people don't talk about them anymore. Especially they one guy who basically making like an entire Steam page that call out them out, and they basically making like they're like 100,000 people follow his Steam page or something. So yeah.
Given the proper support, we want to provide this through our outreach programs. Now, this language sounds much more like Sweet Baby, and I think it's really important because this is language that mirrors the main message of Kim Belair, their CEO, okay? There's a lot to say about Kim. She's the one responsible for many infamous quotes, like the one where she said that you should go and terrify your bosses with the threat of cancel culture and things like that if they don't work with consultation groups like Sweet Baby. But there's another very interesting quote that people have dug up recently. This is a 1-minute clip that she uses to express kind of the hiring process at Sweet Baby, and it greatly reflects that old outreach type thing with their old message, because in this she will state that clearly to Kim, the most important thing in the hiring process is the color of your skin and your background, not your writing skills.
You hire someone based on your skin, not your qualification. Oh my fucking god, this should be liable for a lawsuit for hiring discriminated. So yeah.
Which is a big contradiction to what they're trying to do with the updated website that's all about narrative consultation and improving the writing of your story. And in this clip, she's saying the background and experience of the employee is more important than their writing skills because they need to be able to relate and express kind of the cultural importance of whatever they're working on.
My answer was like, well, what happened to sourcing Black writers for something like this? And the answer that was given to me was just like, well, we met some great Black writers, but they didn't have the experience. They had all the talent, but not the experience in games. And so what I said was, well, would it be possible if, since we have the experience in games, could we take on some writers as subcontractors? Because essentially what the client is looking for is authentic and representational work. And what these writers are looking for is experience on a job, and that
They even if they rebrand, they never escape the prying eye because they become too big now, and a lot of people don't like him, don't like themselves. They so 100% they just gonna try to find Sweet Baby again. No matter how much they rebranding, they rebrand. There will be another person who basically is looking at them and trying to see what they're up to. So yeah, they will never able to rebrand. They're definitely a boss. But I'm not gonna fight the thing yet. But yeah, even if they rebranding, a rebrand is still the same. Especially when it came to like they ruining so many video game, right? They ruining so many franchise. Like a lot of people will doesn't want them anywhere near the game. There's their gaming industry, so you know. Just look at Control and like Sony and how many games there are that basically like losing hundreds of $1 million to the industry. So yep. Yeah. At this point, people would cheer if the people would 100% cheer if the Sweet Baby in go bankrupt.
that's something I think we can provide. And so we began, once we had that kind of extra space and those extra contracts, to start sharing I say quote unquote wealth, because it was, we were still working on smaller contracts at the time, but we started bringing in folks who deserved a shot at it and who otherwise the studios might not bring in. But it assumes that the games industry is a meritocracy. It assumes that when you have a marginalized writer coming with a portfolio, what they need is a portfolio review to make sure their portfolio is good. But what happens when we assume instead that it's not a meritocracy? That there is racism, that there is sexism, that there is homophobia, there's just transphobia.
Just to bring this home once again, it seems very clear that in the hiring process, Kim has always prioritized people's skin color and their background over their actual skills. And now that they're trying to rebrand into this narrative consulting firm that doesn't have this blatant secondary agenda, why would you think that these people are the most qualified? If you're trying to work with Sweet Baby or they're approaching you, wouldn't you be concerned about the qualifications of some of their current employees who are likely hired simply because of the color of their skin and not their actual abilities? If this company is claiming that they are strictly about helping with the writing process and the story, then why are those values they used to highlight, why would those be so important in that process? But there's some other discoveries to be made here. One last one, very interesting. If you can see it down here, 2024 Sweet Baby Inc., designed by Luda Laika. So Smash JT, in his coverage of this related story, found a very interesting discovery about this particular studio. So this is kind of their statement generally about their business, that they design for feminists and queers, which is a very on-par thing for Sweet Baby, hiring a studio here that only seems to work with feminists and queer people. But anyways, you go down here, there's some interesting stuff about this studio. They actually quit Twitter. They closed their official Twitter account. And the reason they did this is because they believe that Elon Musk condemning the use of the term cisgender was Musk's way of dismissing the experiences of trans and gender diverse individuals, implying that being cis is superior and natural. Yep, seems like somebody that Sweet Baby would work with. But that's really where we're at with this entire situation. A rebrand of sorts for Sweet Baby, and I think the objective here is very clear: to tone down the language, try to repair the reputation of Sweet Baby publicly, but in private continue working on their DEI-related agenda and continue working with the same companies they have been for many years now, and the same companies that are reeling right now because of their connection to Sweet Baby. So don't think this is the ultimate victory, or that Sweet Baby is, you know, walking away from DEI with its tail between its legs.
Nope.
I think this is just a simple new strategy where they're trying to hide everything, just like they're hiding on social media. Everyone, including the main account for Sweet Baby, everyone associated with this company is private. They do not want you to have any public engagement with them. They're not going to talk to you. They don't even want you seeing what they're doing. So why would you expect anything to be different on their official website? But for now, it's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below, and I'll see you guys next time.
Yep, they're not gonna hide, they're gonna rebrand, and they're gonna wait for people to forget about it. And when everything went down, or basically everything like just slowly disappears, they're gonna come back 100%. Similar to the race, almost color someone says, yeah. They basically what you see a racist person would do. They hire someone based on their skin color instead of the qualification. It's just based on like 100% racism. Like here, I think if you look at someone and instantly think of like their skin color and all that thing, I would call you racist because like it's not a thing a person would do. Like it's not a thing a normal person would look at another person. It basically judging a people based on their skin color rather than the character of their skin. So yeah, and only like racist folks do that. It's disturbing crime in online shooting game. Okay, I'm gonna see this. You got a lot of kid game have like.
Check out the second channel. Link is in the description.
You got a lot of like video game had like this same problem with the predator, so I want to assume a lot of Zitting World had a lot of predator.
Growing up in the 2000s, I remember playing these online browser-based games like Club Penguin, Neopets, and RuneScape. You know, seemingly kid-friendly online worlds that your mom didn't have to, you know, worry about you playing, right? Well, little did most parents realize around every corner in these seemingly kid-safe worlds were grown adults, many of them not having the best intentions and literally played these games to gain access to vast pools of potential child victims. Today we'll be looking at various cases of criminals infiltrating online kids games. From a Roblox player dev exposed as a pedo, to a Minecrafter who killed a child,
what the
to
fuck?
an illegal child-ran mafia in Habbo Hotel, these are the criminals in online kids games. Club Penguin, man, this is a throwback. I spent many hours on this game when I was in middle school. So Disney's Club Penguin, it was launched in 2005 as an interactive online game for kids aged 6 to 14. And while it was a game, it also kind of served as a proto version of social media as well, with, you know, it being pretty easy to communicate with each other in a time before the popularity of, you know, Facebook, Twitter.
Yeah, I have to admit, I never played Club Penguin. I heard about it, but I never touching it. So yeah.
Maybe MySpace was probably around, but you guys know what I mean. There definitely wasn't any fucking Discord. At its peak, Club Penguin had around 200 million players. The game had an impressive run. It had fun mini games and was really easy for kids to get into during the early Flash era of gaming back, God, it's been, you know, decades at this point. Now, gameplay aside, another main priority for the developers of Club Penguin was child safety. Now, given the potential risk with kids on the internet and how new the whole online game thing was for a lot of parents, Club Penguin staff made sure to have safeguards in place as they wanted their game to be and appear kid-safe as possible. As a result, the game was heavily moderated. Some of the measures that they took were using chat filters that stopped swearing or suggestive themes from being discussed, and the use of human in-game moderators that oversaw almost every player interaction, making sure that there wasn't anything inappropriate or personal being shared amongst child players. Thanks to these measures, Club Penguin was truly one of the safest online games that a child could play. And during the over decade run of Club Penguin, there never were any controversial crime, cases stemming from grooming that came from Club Penguin. That cannot be said for this game's spiritual successor, though. After the official Club Penguin shut down their servers in 2017 due to its eventual commercial failure.
Wait, is it from the Mama Max video? Because okay, here we go. I don't fucking like Mama Max. Hundreds. This guy basically just see a lot of video of Mama Max. I'm not gonna say anything. Basically, he tried to like he makes the entire pedo hunter thingy like a fictional stuff instead of like actual delve deep into like catching predator. So yeah, he basically tried to make like a film movie rather than actually try to hunt
Several
down
copycat versions of the game sprang up after independent developers online had acquired the Club Penguin source code for themselves. These bootleg servers would prove to be quite popular, and many children who played the original Club Penguin would migrate over to the unofficial options. A server called Club Penguin Online was the main copycat and was surging in popularity around the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, with almost 7 million users being registered. While Club Penguin Online resembled the original on a surface level, the vibe of the game itself was much different. Without the manpower and financial backing that Disney gave to the original Club Penguin, the bootleg servers had little to no moderation to speak of, leaving children vulnerable. Pedophiles began filing into the game world to mingle with kids. And even worse, some behind the unofficial Club Penguin Online server would be called into question themselves regarding inappropriate conduct with kiddies. It wouldn't take long before parents and vigilant online users began to notice the inherent danger posed by the unregulated Club Penguin Online. It was a bizarre situation as the game was being praised by much of the internet as a grassroots revival of a beloved dead game. So it was being spread by like word of mouth and, trending topic article promotion. There were some people out there that didn't even realize the...
I think the entire Mama Max thing is just he have the unchecked ego, so he just basically doing it. It's an unchecked ego, kind of like a master thing for him, so yeah. Also, I don't like when he do it with his voice. I don't like when he like deep down his voice. It sounds so cringy. Like I would rather hear a dude kind of speaking. I think I have no problem watching with some weird people voice. I used to listen to that one guy who calls himself Chill, and it's so hard to understand what he's speaking because his accent, so yeah.
Disney Club Penguin was shut down and they thought Club Penguin Online was the OG game. Thinking that this like fucked up bootleg version is the official sanctioned Disney version. While it may have began as a harmless nostalgia project initially, Club Penguin Online quickly turned into a groomer's paradise. But thankfully this situation wouldn't remain completely unchecked. Several YouTubers aware of the unfolding situation, notably Kavos, exposed not only what was happening, but also reported that one of the Club Penguin Online creators was allegedly soliciting nudes from minors and would source a former employee named Dom to back up his claims.
But what if the owner of Club Penguin Online himself was a predator and used it to solicit nudes from minors? That would be extremely alarming and cause for huge concern. This brings me to Joey Hughes, or Dom as he calls himself in his video, a former Club Penguin Online employee who made a series of videos showing the owner of Club Penguin Online allegedly garnered nudes of underage girls.
Club Penguin Online is ran by someone known as Riley, Anthony, Sienna. That's all the nicknames that he's gone by. So yes, Riley does have nudes. He does ask underage girls for nudes in exchange for admin or moderator or whatever he wants to do.
Yes, the developers of Club Penguin Online were grooming kids. Or at least one of them was. The Club Penguin Online admin in question went by two aliases online, Anthony, but more commonly Riley. And he would be accused of not only soliciting nudes from minors, but also hacking, doxing, and swatting his enemies. The employee also accused Riley of hacking his Snapchat to get his nudes for blackmail, as well as keeping his docs so that employees would continue to defend him out of fear due to threats of swatting.
The only reason why I stayed silent was because Riley had my personal information. He had my address, he had my phone number, he had photos of me, explicit photos of me. I never sent Riley nudes. I just want everyone to know that. I never sent him nudes. My nudes got leaked because he hacked my Snapchat account because I pissed him off. So he had information on me, and he threatened me that if I spoke out against him, if I told anyone what was going on, that he would swat me. And he would make my life
official.
It would also come to light that another YouTuber in 2018 named Tamago2474 reported that their Snapchat was hacked by someone in the Club Penguin community after he had made videos on the drama surrounding the website and the Discord servers associated with the game.
He says, "Hey bro, I think your Snapchat account might have been hacked. Yeah, that's weird. I didn't send anything. What did it say?" He's like, "Well, yeah, so the message said, all you
gentlemen,
dick pic." Yeah, I'm like 90% sure I didn't send that. So I go on my phone, open up Snapchat, I've been logged out. I try to log back in, I can't log in. I go check my email, 3 emails in a row from Team Snapchat.
And the alleged leader and orchestrator of this hacking, surprise, surprise, they went by Anthony or Riley. Allegedly, what Riley was doing is he would have access to all of the emails that were used when signing up for Club Penguin accounts. And if anyone crossed him in any sort of way, he'd cross-reference your email with online data breaches to basically find your passwords and information and hack into your accounts, enlisting the help of friends to do so.
Okay.
On top of all of that, there was also revenge porn being shared around in Discord servers surrounding the game, further making it
that should be illegal. Like, no fucking way this guy got off scot-free. This gonna be like actual liable for like prison, do the data breaches. So yeah, dude, if this guy actually doesn't get arrested at the end of the video, like I don't know what they're thinking. Is this guy actively heading into people address? And yeah, why? Actually, why?
Even more clear that the legacy of this once beloved children's game was really in the worst hands imaginable. Now you'd think with a reputation like this, someone like Riley would have been exposed years ago. Well, he actually was. In fact, his history was reported multiple times on websites like Reddit, but allegations against
I'm actually glad, like I'm actually glad when I'm growing up, like the only social media that I ever interact with is Yahoo chat room and Facebook. And I'm glad I don't even talk about it that much because I just playing game instead of, you know, going to social media and talking to other people. Because I feel like social media that make actual deviant have like easy access to those vulnerable. So yeah.
Against him never seemed to stick, and Riley simply brushed accusations against him off as fake. And when there was photo proof, it was fabricated screenshots by jealous haters, he said. The series that was made by Dom was a 4-part expose on everything to do with Riley and his abhorrent actions. The documentary was showcased and highlighted by YouTubers like Kavos and Mudahar, who would go on to put further spotlights on the story themselves. In Mudahar's video, he would even uncover that there were online records of arbitration between Disney and the bootleg Club Penguin owner over the domain name of Club Penguin Online, where it was concluded that this individual acted in bad faith.
Now, in this decision that we're going to look at, right, this is really key and important. The complainant is Disney Canada, right, and the respondent is the Club Penguin Online leader. I'm not going to name names here, but they've identified them. Disney knows who it is. We all know. Disney said that they were the ones who operated an online portal for kids widely known as Club Penguin, and they relaunched as Club Penguin Island. Complainant has rights in the Club Penguin trademark based on the registration in United States Patent and Trademark. Number 2, respondent lacks rights and legitimate interest in the clubpenguinonline.com domain name because respondent is not commonly known by the disputed domain name and is not authorized by complainant to use the mark in any way. Respondent fails to use the disputed domain name in connection with a bona fide offering of goods and services. or for a legitimate non-commercial or fair use. Number 3, respondent registered and uses the domain name in bad faith, attempting to disrupt complainant's businesses by using the disputed domain name to offer pirated copies of the complainant's products.
After YouTubers began to tackle the subject, the mainstream media would also become aware, and BBC would do an investigative expose on the website in late May of 2020, witnessing firsthand how players were simulating sex in the game.
What the fuck?
And exchanging racist and anti-Semitic verbiage. Stuff more accustomed to a 4chan message board, not a children's online game. The report also found many children playing alongside adults, as well as an internal proxy war that included other Club Penguin copycats attacking one another to take down their rivals, which included hiring hackers and other nefarious online delinquents to hack and dox users from other Club Penguin websites.
What's been going on inside the game is one thing, but behind the scenes, it's truly murky. Since Disney dropped the game a few years ago,
Okay, this is so fucking weird. Attacking also Club Penguin domain because they are competitor and doing this shit, and even hire hacker to try to take down the domain. I mean, what? What the? Dude, this thing is so fucking massive. Like, what the? What's the actual fucking? Dude,
there's been a nasty battle.
I heard about like the sexual predator thingy, but with making with the hiring hacker to take down other people's game. Bro, it leads you to the penguin game, yeah.
For supremacy and ownership of these fluffy penguins and their fans. Rival versions of the game or servers are accused of hacking, intimidation and stealing in order to get one over on each other. This former volunteer administrator of Club Penguin Online claims he was encouraged to attack other Penguin games.
I doxed users, so I would dox them, which is personal information on the person, their address, what they look like, their family's information, etc.
Why
DDoS other users. I would threaten people. I never swatted anyone. I just want to make that clear. Never did anything like that. The stuff that I did is kind of similar to what happened to me. So obviously now I feel really bad about it.
A lot of their sources for the hacking and swatting reports were the same sources from Kavos and Mudahar's video. These videos would aid in bringing attention to the subject, and it wouldn't take long before Club Penguin Online staff took a hit. On May 14th of 2020, Kavos would say that there were reports of Riley being arrested, making bail, and then breaking the terms of this bail.
There are reports, no confirmation yet because we haven't found a police report, but that Riley was arrested and is made bail, in which people have said he has broken the terms of his bail. We don't know what's going on yet. However, this story is probably far from over.
He concedes, though, that he's not 100% about the reporting. Muda would also make a similar statement, but there was no concrete proof, just testimony that he had been arrested.
Now, are the police in the United Kingdom doing anything? Allegedly they are. I've heard he's been arrested, I heard he's posted bail, and then I heard he's broken the bail. And UK police hasn't said anything about it. Like, there's not even a police report. Apparently they're working behind the scenes. That's all I'm getting.
It is to note that the articles from the BBC uncovered that one British man was arrested on suspicion of possessing indecent images of children. This is believed to have been Riley, who was British. But again, there hasn't been an actual name given. After the investigation was made public, Disney ordered a cease and desist against the website. However, the game simply just moved to another major site called Club Penguin Rewritten, and the copycats just kept spawning in. It seemed like this would never end. But a few years later, there would be an update. On April 12th of 2022, 3 people were arrested in London on distributing materials infringing copyright, and the website for Club Penguin Rewritten was seized by London police. One of them is believed to have been Riley, but all the reports are anonymous.
Hey there, I'm a data broker. Remember back in...
It's just a penguin game. Why? Yeah, it's literally a penguin game. And they actually commit real fucking federal crime on this kind of game. Holy hell. RuneScape assault. Oh, I think I know about this thing. The RuneScape assaulting it. Oh my fucking god. Is it exactly what I think it is? It's about a guy who's stalking this girl. He traveled to like this girl country and attack her. So yeah. I think the cop actually stopped him, or maybe. Oh yeah.
In 2015, 21-year-old Brandon Fisher of Galloway, New York was one of the wealthiest players in RuneScape, where he went by the name Moltranex. But while he may have had things together within the game, his real-life situation was apparently not so stable. This is the RuneScape player turned domestic assaulter. RuneScape is a massive MMORPG that has been running since 2001.
RuneScape isn't a kid's game.
All right, look, I know some of you guys are going to kill me for calling RuneScape a kid's game, but damn it, back in the mid-2000s, during the peak of RuneScape and other Flash gaming and Java games, you know, RuneScape was played mostly by fucking kids, okay? Hell, I was one of them, all right? Motherfuckers had this shit running in the library computer setup at middle school, so don't come at me with it. It wasn't a kid's game. Multiple generations have become addicted to RuneScape throughout the years. Grinding skills, fighting monsters, PKing, completing quests, and stacking gold. Brandon, aka Moltranex, enjoyed the latter of these activities the most. Moltranex may be one of RuneScape's most interesting players due to him being one of the game's richest and also a real-world convicted criminal. He started playing the game in 2001, which made him 7 years old at the time, going originally by the username KJ Slim Shady. Moltranex has claimed that he made most of his in-game wealth thanks to his cousin, who had collected a large stockpile of party hats in the early days of RuneScape. For those of you unaware, in the early years of RuneScape, Jagex, the game's developer, had in-game holiday events that would drop tradable rewards. In Christmas of 2001, Christmas crackers were distributed in-game, and when opened, awarded a player with a party hat. These party hats have no useful stats and are entirely cosmetic, but were only available for a short time during that Christmas event back in 2001, and were discontinued after that. But players could still trade them amongst each other. So a lot of people in the early years of RuneScape felt that the party hats were useless and like a waste of bank space, so they dropped or destroyed them. And as players quit over time, even more party hats would leave the game. So all of this had a deflationary effect on the volume of party hats that existed, which caused them to go up in value and become coveted as less and less of them circulated around the game. And eventually, these functionally useless holiday items would become the most valuable items in RuneScape, costing exponentially more than all of the game's best and rarest items and weapons used for combat. Now, the rarest party hats are estimated to be worth close to $4,000 in cash in the real world.
$4,000?
Anyways, moving forward with party hats explained. This cousin is said to have given Brandon a large amount of party hats in the early days of RuneScape. Brandon quit RuneScape sometime after this, but would return years later to find that the price of party hats had skyrocketed in value. Later, Brandon would develop a reputation as being one of the wealthiest players in RuneScape, and would showcase his RuneScape wealth by posting it to social media. His total net worth of GP was stated to have been around 9 trillion gold. And for any of you watching who struggled to save up 200k for a set of full rune back in 2006, you know just how fucking crazy that amount of gold is. Now, it seemed Brandon had everything together. Although diagnosed with Asperger's at the age of 15, he seemed to have a strong foothold within the RuneScape community and was considered one of the most prosperous players in the game. What could go wrong? Well, a lot, and it all involves troubles in his real life. On the night of February 15th, 2015, some sort of confrontation would spark between him and his father, Gregory Fisher. The alleged story goes that Brandon had hacked into his father's own cell phone to find that Gregory was having multiple affairs while on Tinder, and everything had reached a boiling point while Greg berated his son. There then seemed to be a point where the father made a snarky comment referencing how he and his wife should have never procreated, and this may have been what sent Brandon over the edge. This would lead to Brandon grabbing an aluminum baseball bat, where he then followed his father into his bedroom and attacked him. Their mother, Audrey Fisher, heard her husband's whimpering. She then followed the noises, running towards the bedroom, where she met her son in the dark hallway outside the room. Brandon, in a state of psychosis, went after his own mother, attacking her with the bat. Audrey begged her son to stop hurting her, and finally he would yield, dropping the bat and leaving his parents' house in Galloway, New York, fleeing by way of his parents' car that he had stolen.
I don't think crime can be found in online game. Like he actually committed real crimes. He did not found in online game.
Audrey, who suffered a broken arm, dragged herself to the neighbor's house and called 911. Her husband Gregory had been hurt so badly that he lost his left eye and sustained numerous head injuries. While on the run, Brandon would write a post on his RuneScape Facebook page stating, quote, "Goodbye, my RuneScape friends. Real life just threw a curveball. Don't know if I'll ever be online again. Don't bother asking what happened." And on his personal Facebook page, Brandon would also state, quote, "Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes people are pushed past their breaking point. Just remember this, there's always two sides, and things aren't what they seem. I'm sorry, I guess people were right about me. Thank you to all my amazing friends for everything that you've done for me. I wouldn't have made it this far through all the shit without y'all." 40 minutes later, there would be another update from Brandon where he wrote, "K, at a spot with free Wi-Fi. I'm not quitting RuneScape. I'm simply losing my capability to play. I left my home, and RuneScape is the last of my concerns. I made this post so that all my very good friends here know at least something, other than me
so
going
he did-
completely
I see.
quiet." And then Brandon would give one more final update where he wrote, "Another rest stop, another comment. Can't play RuneScape from jail." But it would be these Facebook posts that would be his undoing, as authorities were able to cross-reference the posts and find exactly where he was, locating him in Buffalo near the Canadian border. He was found and arrested on February 17th of 2015. On February 9th, 2015, Brandon made his first appearance in court where a judge ruled that he must attend a mental health evaluation before the case could proceed. The parents were reported to be in critical condition, but were expected to make a full recovery. While in jail and awaiting trial, one of the things that would be used against the RuneScape player in court was his jailhouse phone calls to his family, where he stated, quote, "Dad lost an eye, but he has another. I should have finished the job." Unquote. He was also accused of attempting to manipulate his mother into changing her story so that Brandon looked more of a sympathetic figure. And on September 15th, 2015, Brandon attacked a fellow inmate with what's been described as a martial arts kick. He tried to say that the attack was in self-defense, but surveillance cameras would show the complete opposite and that it was completely unprovoked. Later, Brandon would plead guilty to his attack on the inmate, and in regard to the attack on his mother and father, he pled guilty to 2 counts of felony second-degree assault and 1 count of fourth-degree criminal possession of a weapon, a misdemeanor. On September 30th, 2016, Brandon Fisher was sentenced to 10 years in prison with 5 years of probation to follow his prison term. Many of his family members were in court while the verdict was read and stated that they loved him and would still support him. Quote, "Our family supports Brandon. 10 years is a long time, but I will be there with him every moment. I just hope he gets the help he needs." Brandon's mother surprisingly spoke up for her son, claiming that Brandon underwent years of abuse from his father, and it had just reached a boiling point. His mother would also argue that her son had autism that would cause spurts of anger. One of the only things that calmed him down was hitting a tree with an aluminum bat, according to her. Brandon also addressed the court stating, quote, "I am far from perfect and I made a big mistake. I was traumatized by my crime, and my first 10 months in jail I was angry and confused, trying to justify what I did in my mind. I used my time in jail to grow from a boy to a man. I've come a long way." He also says, quote, "Dad, I'm so sorry for hurting you. Mom, I love you. Stay strong. Someday I will be back and we can create
I
more
could
beautiful
definitely be.
memories. We will heal as a family, I promise." After sentencing, Brandon addressed the media when asked about his parents. Quote,
I don't 100% blame on him because like he find out that his dad cheating on his mom, so yeah. And also, you know, saying like you should have been born like coming from your dad, you definitely gonna get mad. Like no way a normal person couldn't be getting angry after like hearing all that stuff, especially if it came from the guy who cheating on like your mother. So.
"I love them very much. I'll be home in 6 years," adding that he wouldn't serve the full sentence because he would get good time. Roblox. It's an online gaming platform developed for
it's
children and
Roblox.
sadly has a history of being a nest for pedophiles who hide within the ranks of these child players and strike when you're least expecting it. One particular incident involved a Roblox community developer, 23-year-old Arnold Castillo of Paterson, New Jersey, who went by the online alias Jacob Shedletsky.
Is this the guy who drive Uber?
which was a name derived from John Shedletsky, one of Roblox's founders. Arnold had been developing a Sonic simulator within
Zip does
Roblox
sound like it. I
starting in
think Zilek's the one you're
2017,
talking
which
about.
had gained a bit of notoriety online, and he became one of Roblox's top player developers. Although early on there were signs that Castillo wasn't all there. Like at one point he had falsely claimed to fans in his community that he was John Shedletsky's brother, who was one of the creators of Roblox itself. This obviously wasn't true, most players didn't believe him, but with so many kids around, there were a few that took him seriously. Over the years, Castillo continued to climb the ranks of the player-developer community. His Discord would explode to the point where the server became a hub for the game of sorts. A hub that inevitably grew quite inappropriate given the context of it being filled with children. Allegations of unchecked sexual talk between minors and adults occurred on the server, and Castillo is said to have done nothing to stop it. In fact, he was actually encouraging it. Many members that were active in the server have stated that predators invaded it eventually, and a weird fetish culture around minors developed. And one of the main enablers and leaders of this fetishization was Arnold Castillo himself. At one point, it was reported that Arnold even went as far as to personally message a 12-year-old girl.
Yeah,
And
it
he would
be
get called
important.
out for this behavior within a scandalous Google Doc that was trying.
I don't understand what happened with with Sonic game that attract a lot of people. Just it mainly a Sonic game, so yeah.
To expose him. On September 16th of 2020, Arnold would respond with his own YouTube video.
This is a serious video, so there's no room for satire in this. I just want to get straight to the point. Let me start by apologizing for the things I've said. I know I shouldn't have said those things regardless of the context. My sense of humor has always been very harsh, dark humor, if you will, and while it doesn't excuse my behavior, it does reveal that I had no intention on moving on any of the things I said. It was pretty common knowledge that these jokes were being made in my community. Maybe not to the extent it actually occurred, but definitely known. So far as to the point where I was known as the old man with kids in his basement.
In the video, Castillo would also attempt to defend himself by recruiting various individuals he allegedly worked with and had them speak on his behalf, with them giving testimonies in an attempt to dispel the pedo allegations and salvage the guy's public image.
Hey there, my name is Charlie. After seeing this, I want to make my point clear. I've had these things happen to me in the past, as I have spoken to him in that way. I tried forcing explicit content out of him, guilt-tripping him a lot of the time, and making him feel bad. However, he never took advantage of my young age at 12. I was 12 at the time.
I am dead inside Sonic. I've known Jaden for the past 4 or 5 years. Jaden's humor has never been the greatest, and he has no doubt taken some jokes a bit too far, but never to the point of illegal action. He understands the clear dividing line between jokes and serious, harmful actions against others. Yes, the jokes he had made were very inappropriate and should have never been said to a minor, but the jokes were never more than just jokes and were completely taken out of context.
Castillo even goes on to blame a 12-year-old in a server for the allegations he was facing, essentially trying to say the minor wasn't a good person and that they couldn't be trusted. You know, basically victim blaming. Complete degenerate talking points that no one should be fucking taking seriously.
Red, what I said to you earlier about my apology was completely sincere, and I hope you can someday let go of this hatred. However, I will call you out on this because you cannot be claiming to be an angel. Red has no problem admitting that she craves attention. Her behavior before anything else really just kind of screams.
Now, in a community of children, initially Castillo's bullshit defense worked at quelling the allegations, and it looked like he may just get away with grooming minors. But some adults within the Roblox community, including the YouTuber Ruben Sim, would eventually catch on to the story and became outraged at what they saw as outright grooming. Grooming by a popular Roblox community developer. Seeing that official Roblox staff weren't doing anything about this community developer, Ruben and others called them out, organizing tweets, videos, and Google Docs with evidence against who they believed was a pedophile taking advantage of the youth. This would be a success, and Arnold's main Roblox account was deleted after Ruben Sim had gotten in touch with the company. Yet, unfortunately, this wouldn't stop the guy from making money due to his main account not being a main source of his income. The man used other accounts as a developer and would claim that his revenue had actually tripled since the controversy. The dude was being braggadocious. He's like, y'all can't fucking stop me. There would be a continued back and forth between Ruben Sim and Arnold Castillo, which involved Ruben making many attempts to expose the guy to the official Roblox staff. But his complaints mostly went on deaf ears. The grooming server would persist despite all inquiries. There were certainly many occasions where Roblox could have intervened and stopped Castillo because they had his identity, but they never would. Ruben Sim and others remain.
The reason why Roblox isn't doing this shit because they don't want to be labeled at they don't want to how does it, they don't want to get involved into this thing. So yeah, basically like turn a blind eye and they say, oh yeah, we didn't know about this, we didn't know about this. Basically like try to like saying they didn't.
Frustrated by this lack of understanding and urgency regarding children's safety. However, in 2022, some would notice that Castillo was no longer active in his Discord and would begin to wonder if something had finally happened to him. Well, after doing a bit more digging into this mysterious matter, they found that Arnold had actually been arrested by the FBI. Turns out prior to this, Arnold Castillo had become infatuated with a 15-year-old girl in his Discord. Using his alias, Jacob Shedletsky, from January to May of 2022, Arnold is reported to have communicated and groomed the 15-year-old through social media and gaming applications, using Instagram, Roblox, and Discord. He began messaging her privately and sending her large sums of money, buying the girl's anime artwork using Cash App, along with purchasing items on Amazon, such as an artist glove for her drawing tablet, a Max Smart tablet drawing.
You know what's it thing called? It things are called love bombing. I think this is the most famous case, well the most infamous case they are in within Roblox communities.
And a Wacom Mobile Studio Pro 13 Windows 10 computer that was delivered to her parents' home in Indiana. He was a fucking sugar daddy groomer is what he was. You know, basically an attempt to spoil or sugar up this young minor to get her favor, leading her to believe that Arnold had clout and could connect her with potential employment opportunities in the online gaming and art sphere. He then reportedly used his leverage as a prominent Roblox community developer to coerce the minor into sexually explicit conversations while turning her against her family. You know, telling the girl that they were in love and that, you know, her mom and dad were just trying to ruin the relationship that they had.
Never trust someone on the internet saying this shit to you. Never. You don't even see them what they look like. You don't even know what they look like. All you know is through texts and voice chats. Like being like having someone to talk to in the group chat is fine, but you never meet them. So yeah.
The girl's family members were starting to get worried as their daughter was receiving gifts on the internet, and Castillo used that to his advantage, twisting the narrative and making it seem like the family was trying to come in between their relationship. Ugh. Things would grow even darker when Arnold concocted a plan to transport the minor across multiple states to his residence in New Jersey by way of Uber. Arnold would use the app to hire a driver in New Jersey and then transported the girl 700 miles to his residence, paying the driver $500 through Cash App before they left in New Jersey and another $500 when they returned with the victim. I don't know if the driver noticed anything suspicious or maybe he just figured he was transporting a girl to her family. I don't know. Regardless, this depraved mission was a success, and the 15-year-old girl was picked up in Indiana and taken to Castillo's house in New Jersey. While within the confines of Arnold's home, the minor was sexually abused multiple times to the point where Arnold even hired an Uber to purchase Plan B for her in an attempt to prevent pregnancy. It's also reported that while she was with him, Arnold confined the girl to a small room, where he kept his eye on her at all times, controlling her movements and where she went, along with access to food and basic necessities. While this was all going on, the young girl had been missing for days, and the parents of her were absolutely worried. They would report her missing on May 3rd of 2022 and hope for the best. Now, the family was well aware of Castillo, and he would become the #1 suspect. But it is to note that Castillo wasn't using his real name. He was going by his alias Jacob Shidletsky. Police even conducted an interview through phone call on May 5th with Arnold, who lied to law enforcement, stating that he had no idea where she was and that she must have run away. However, authorities would finally catch up to Arnold on May 11th of 2022, after FBI agents were staking out his house and caught Arnold walking with the girl in front of his house. They then swooped in, recovered the girl, and arrested Arnold Castillo on the spot. While searching the pedophile, officers found several unopened condoms in his pocket, and when taken in, Castillo would confess everything to authorities. FBI Indianapolis Special Agent Herbert J. Stapleton would have this to say, quote, "This was a horrible nightmare for both the child lured away from her home under false..."
Yeah, that's why not a lot of people like Roblox. Now, just basically, like the top as a robot doesn't know what they're doing. They just kind of like exploit everything. And when Ruben Sim kind of exposed them for how they do, they took legal action against Ruben Sim, with making a lot of people hit, with making a lot of people go and guess Roblox more. So yeah, they definitely do.
False pretenses, and the family who was left to worry about where she was, if she was safe, and if they would ever see her again. The FBI and our partners will always do everything in our power to safely recover a child and reunite them with their loved ones. United States Attorney for the Southern District of Indiana, Zachary A. Myers, would also say this, quote, "No parent should have to endure 8 torturous days not knowing if their child is alive or dead, only to learn that a stranger used social media and other online tools to groom their child and spirit them across the country. This defendant is a stone-cold manipulative child predator who used the tools of social media and gaming to abuse a vulnerable child and then obstructed the efforts of law enforcement officers to secure her a safe return home. I commend the outstanding work of law enforcement agencies along with the FBI, Indianapolis, and Newark field offices for working around the clock for 8 days to bring the victim home safely. Thanks to the outstanding work of these law enforcement officers, this dangerous predator will be unable to harm another child." After Arnold was arrested, he faced 2 life sentences for kidnapping a minor, and in August of 2023, Castillo was sentenced to 15 years in prison after pleading guilty to transportation of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity and coercion and enticement of a minor.
Only
It seemed that
15 years?
Ruben Sims' attempt to get in touch with the authorities were not in vain, as they were able to cross-reference his reports with the other arrest, and thus Arnold Castillo is behind bars. Although the non-existent efforts of Roblox are still being reported on to this day, and the company continues to be criticized over this matter.
Apple Hotel. Okay,
Habbo
this is
Hotel.
actually new.
Most of you watching probably know of this game thanks to a famous internet historian video. It's a Second Lifestyle game developed for teenagers and
Yeah, like they just look worse. It better like I don't understand, like I don't know if the FBI even contacts them or not. Like if the FBI contacts them and they doesn't say anything and they even try to sue Ruben Sim for trying to doing this, basically, yeah, like they really
boasts a large
negligent
child
at
player
most.
base. It's an MMO based around 2D graphics with blocky pixelated avatars where players navigate through virtual rooms while in a hotel. The game is operated by a Finnish company called Sulaki and was created in 2000. In-game, players can create their own character, decorate their own rooms, along with playing a multitude of games that are purchased by using Habbo credits, which have to be obtained with real-world cash along with special items bought inside the game itself. At the time of this story in 2007, 6 million people in over 30 countries were playing Habbo Hotel every month. Although the MMO was an incredible financial success, it has had some community controversy over the years. In-game scams and fraud attempts involving users' accounts getting hacked and the effort of stealing in-game belongings for real-world cash. Usually this involved hackers stealing stolen in-game furniture. The way hackers gained access was by creating fake Habbo Hotel websites, intended to phish gullible account holders, tricking them into putting their login info into a fake website, thus unknowingly granting access of all of their items to a scammer.
Now, early on during Habbo Hotel's infancy, scammers and hackers who swiped in-game items were able to get away with it pretty easily due to Habbo Hotel's terms of service, which stated that a player, quote, did not have any other interest, including no property, proprietary, intellectual property, or monetary interest in your virtual currency and virtual goods, which remain our content and property. Basically saying
yeah, the mobile structure is not even a mobile structure. It's like an actual city. Like, look at it. You would think it's like a structure. It's like a marble city. And down below here, there is like the obsidian stuff, and now it's hell. Oh yeah. So I kind of want to find the spider biome to see how spider biome will look. It's gonna be like absolute, like terrifying.
anything they steal isn't actually yours, and like you can't press charges because you never owned it. They owned it. See, back then, the idea of digital currency had yet to really be fleshed out, therefore anything in-game wasn't actually yours, it was Habbo Hotel's, who could theoretically do whatever they wanted with it. However, soon that would all change and the crimes would begin to be reported and prosecuted. While investigating these attacks, authorities would soon find out that quite a few were teenagers. In November of 2007, Dutch police in Amsterdam were able to nab a 17-year-old who was accused of stealing around 4,000 euros worth of virtual furniture that was bought with real-world money. 5 other 15-year-olds were also questioned, and all 6 teens were suspected of
$4,000 worth of in-game furniture. That what the how much is the Habbo Hotel furniture cost? Like
working together as they phished accounts and obtained access to various Habbo Hotel accounts, where they then nefariously logged into these profiles and swooped up all the furniture, transferring the items into their own virtual rooms in-game. A spokesman from the operators of Habbo Hotel said, quote, "The accused lured victims into handing over their Habbo passwords by creating fake Habbo websites. In Habbo, as many other virtual worlds, scamming for other people's personal information, such as usernames, has been problematic for quite a while. We have had much of this scamming going on in many countries, but this is the first case where the police have taken legal action. 3 of the minors would be convicted by a Dutch judge on April 2nd of 2009. The theft of accounts through phishing would continue to become a massive problem for Habbo Hotel, as in 2010 there were numerous investigations in Finland for phishing attacks on the website. There was also another—
Look how much they steal. Not 1,000 euro worth of virtual furniture. Like how much is that? Yeah, and also, how are they gonna sell it? I mean, they hacking it, they stole it. What are they gonna do with it? I mean, it's like virtual item, so.
Another incident involving RuneScape, in which 2 boys in the Netherlands, a 14 and a 15-year-old, physically forced a 13-year-old boy to transfer them a magical amulet from RuneScape into their inventories, beating the kid up and threatening him with a knife. In 2012, the Dutch courts ruled that virtual items could be considered goods, which therefore meant that they could be stolen. As for the teenagers, not much is known given that they were minors at the time and their names were redacted. However, that said, as of now, the 17-year-old would be in his mid-30s, so you have to wonder what this guy is up to. Is he still scheming and hacking, or has he moved on to a normal life? I mean, I guess we'll never know. Maybe he works at an Ashley furniture store selling real furniture.
This is just wild for me, like Minecraft murder kid. Okay, see, actually, I didn't know
Brek Bednar of Caterham, England, was described as a relaxed and warm-hearted young boy that loved video games. He attended an evangelist church and was a member of the Air Training Corps as well. Brek seemed like an all-around wholesome kid who had an affinity for computers and games like Minecraft. But in 2013, Brek and his family's life would turn upside down and implode when a predator from the internet wriggled his way into Brek's personal life.
18-year-old Louis Daines had begun a friendship online with the 14-year-old Breck through online servers of the game Minecraft, and later they would interact on TeamSpeak, which was basically Discord before Discord. Louis had been running a hosting company providing servers for players within the game, where he encountered Breck and they quickly became friends in the summer of 2013. Louis would basically become the ringmaster, and all of the other boys he played games with kind of worshipped him in a way because he was older and had influence. However, things would get weird fast, as it's believed that Louis started manipulating the younger boy along with other children, claiming that he was a computer genius who worked for the United States government. He claimed that he later moved to Greenwich, England, where he gave £2 million that he had made through Bitcoin to Syria, due to his distaste for American politics, apparently. Just basically posturing for the young impressionable minors with lies so they thought he was cool. But soon his acts would grow more nefarious and malicious, influencing Breck into becoming anti-government and anti-religious, and this would lead to Breck turning against his family as well.
Daines was changing all of his ideology, and Breck would use specific phrases all the time. Well, Louis says, I don't believe in God, so why should I have to go to church? Louis says, I don't make any messes, so why should I have to clean up? Louis says, I can get a Microsoft apprenticeship through him, and so I won't have to finish school. And it always had this preface that Louis said, and I was like, God, who?
It's not the parent fault, because kids gonna be all this stuff, but it also somewhat, you need to kind of stop your kid from thinking all this thing. I'm so glad when I growing up, I got scammed. I legit believe that if you ever play an online game, you need to get scammed in one of the online games. So it makes me feel not 100% trusting anyone in a video game. That actually so glad I got scammed when I was a kid. When I playing like Maple Story. So yeah, man. Now thinking about it, like because of that, I kind of get that people kind of doing to me, like not a lot, more like I kind of guessing like, oh yeah, this guy basically lying, yeah, sure, whatever. So yeah, but and here it kind of why like you shouldn't listen to people on the internet rather than your parents. Like, because kid, I think the reason many of this stuff happen. If children got easy influence, like the people outside of the got easy influence by it. Yeah.
You see, Daines had portrayed himself as someone who could aid Breck's career, taking him under his wing and basically grooming him into a successful computer whiz and businessman like he was, who'd have the ability to get a lot of wealth. Breck took the bait hook, line, and sinker and was incredibly influenced by Louis. In fact, it got so bad that Louis even wrote letters pretending to be Breck that Breck would give to his mother. At some point, his mother, Lauren LaFave, began to grow worried about her son and his relationship with this older online friend. There were times where she even established a communication with Louis, talking to him through their computer, and during this he'd be super polite and understanding. But Lauren would later describe him as two-faced, because the moment their conversations would end, he'd go right back to trying to manipulate her son against her.
And I did try to talk to this Louis guy, I actually did, and you know, he's sort of two-faced, so we'll talk, but then afterwards, you know, he'll just turn on me again.
There was even an instance where Louis attempted to dictate Lauren's parenting, which made the mother extremely frustrated.
It got so bad that I said, well, I just need to talk to him. And we went back and forth on live messaging with Louis telling me how to parent Breck. And at the end of the conversation, I got fed up. I said, why are you telling me how to raise my son? I said, you know, Breck has told me that your parents weren't there for you, but I am there for Breck, and everything that I do is because I care about him and I love him.
She saw a dangerous pattern and at one point decided to take Breck's computer away along with his phone. But when she had his phone, she started noticing texts of Breck's friends telling the boy to, quote, be calm and don't listen to your mother. This absolutely terrified her, and she felt it best to dial the authorities in England and make sure they knew what was going on. So on December 17, 2013, she proceeded to make a call to the local police and report her concerns, where she made it clear that her son was being groomed for what she thought was sex. And she also felt that her son was being radicalized.
Good evening, sorry, please. How can I help?
Yes, I have a 14-year-old son, and there's an 18-year-old person, and I feel like he's being groomed.
Yeah, this sounds really
he's being turned
crazy.
against his family and schooling, and it's been ongoing for a while, and I'm getting really concerned that this person isn't actually who he says he is.
The operator would tell Lauren to make sure Breck had ceased all communication with Lewis and instructed her to tell Lewis to no longer contact her son and warn the older man that she had gotten in touch with authorities. The operator also said that in the meantime, they were going to cross-reference the name she was given to see if there were any criminal records on Lewis Daines, but reportedly the authorities would not follow up and things were beginning to get much, much worse. It seems that if they had searched a little deeper into Lewis Daines, they would have found that in 2011 there was a complaint filed against him accusing of raping a boy under the age of 16. It was reported that Lewis Daines was a secluded 18-year-old man who had spent time in foster care and spent his life living back and forth with his mother and father, and was now living alone after procuring a small amount of wealth. He would be accused of rape and sexual assault, but would never be convicted for these crimes. However, the charges did remain on his record. Although Breck's mother did everything in her power to separate her son from this despicable manipulator, the relationship between Breck and Lewis would unfortunately not stop, as they would continue to play games with one another behind Lauren's back, and in fact the two even became closer over time. Closer to the point where they would meet in real life, due to Lewis creating this scenario where he was prepared to hand his multi-million-dollar company over to Breck so that he could run it. But for him to do so, they would have to meet in person, and that's where things took a sinister turn. On February 17th, 2014, Breck would head out to Grays, Essex by way of taxi paid for by Lewis, and the destination was the man's flat. This is, of course, something he did not tell his family, because if they knew anything about this, there would be no way in hell they'd let it happen. Breck had led his father to believe that he was hanging out with a local friend and was going to spend the night. And this was a story constructed by Lewis and given to Breck. You know, he wanted him to repeat this story. Quote, "If your father asks where you're going on Sunday, say you're going to meet a friend who's 14 named Edward Bly and moved to Cairo last year with his mother when his parents split up. He was a good friend for the first part of year 9, and he's invited you over to his dad's house for the day while he's visiting his father in England who lives in Caterham. His father also said that you might be able to stay the night depending on their plans. Also, in casual conversation, to have your father afford more support for you visiting a friend, say, I've spent too many half terms and holidays indoors. I'm going to spend this one outside with friends. That should help him understand and allow you to go."
Here's the thing. If you go to visit your friend and you have to lie to visit your friend, your online friend, it might be not a good thing. Like, I visit my friend a lot of time. I just thought, oh yeah, I'm gonna hang out with this guy, and my mom and dad always know like who they are, so they trust me with that, right? I never told them I'm gonna visit my online friend or something like that. So yeah, man, like I swear, like the internet, the introduction of internet really dangerous to the youth. So.
I mean, this is like textbook grooming, dude.
Yeah.
Bro studied Epstein. The precise details of what happened within Dane's flat may never truly be known, but there reportedly was evidence of some sort of sexual interaction, and afterwards Lewis proceeded to use duct tape to bind the boy's wrists and ankles, where he then took a knife and stabbed Breck in the throat,
What the fuck?
killing the innocent 14-year-old. But that wouldn't be all the guy did. Danes then took pictures of his sinister work and sent them to his online associates. These pictures would soon begin to spread to different friend groups online, and thus Breck's mother and father found out about their child's death when those photos were sent to them by other children. While pictures of his atrocious acts were spreading, Danes took a shower and calmly dialed the police to tell them that he had stabbed Breck while trying to stop him from taking his life, he says.
Essex Police Emergency.
Hello. I need police and a forensics team to my address, please. My friend and I got into an altercation, and I'm the only one who came out alive.
Are you telling me you've killed somebody?
Yes, I am.
Right, and who am I speaking to?
My name is Lewis Daines. I'm 18 years old. He came to stay with me because he was feeling down. Adjacent to my bed, I have a chest of drawers. I had a penknife on there. He picked it up, opened it, and then lost control. I grabbed the knife, and I stabbed him once in the back of the neck, I believe somewhere near the brainstem. I don't remember exactly what happened, but the fight ended with me cutting his throat. I believe I turned around and I slashed his throat.
When officers arrived at the location, they found that Lewis had submerged his computer equipment in water to hide evidence, and found Breck laying lifeless and bloody in the bedroom. During the investigation, authorities would find that Danes had purchased condoms, syringes, and duct tape online a month before the killing in preparation for Breck's visit, and even gave Breck a cell phone so that they could keep in contact with the false alibi just in case his parents became suspicious. Danes would eventually plead guilty in January 2015. Louis Danes was convicted of murder and ordered to serve a minimum of 25 years in prison. If you ask me, that's light. The man shouldn't be able to see the light of day for the rest of his life. The murdered boy's mother would comment, no amount of years behind bars will ever change the poisonous attitude and actions of a psychotic animal who can behave this way. No amount of years will...
This dude killed a 14-year-old. He groomed this kid and pretty much take him to his place and kill him. Like, this guy never gonna have to see the light.
Will bring back the lovely boy taken from us. It would also be revealed that Lauren's son had been murdered on her own birthday. Now, it wouldn't end here. Although prisoners are banned from communicating via social media and mobile phones, many began witnessing what appeared to be Louis Danes blogging from behind bars. These blogs were open letters criticizing Lauren's behavior after her son's death. The first was an online blog that was allegedly posted by Louis or someone pretending to be him in November of 2015, stating that Breck had suffered severe abuse at home along with other slanderous statements. The blog also claimed that Louis had no intention of killing Breck, and that he was planning to leave the country soon, but Breck saw his suitcases, freaked out, and a fight ensued. All of this is bogus though, because if you got in a fight that accidentally led you to killing your friend, why would you take pictures and post them in group chats where everyone could see? Also, why would you bind up the person you accidentally killed with tape? They're dead, so they couldn't do anything. The second blog was posted on January 26, 2016, in response to the announcement of the BBC documentary about the murder, where the alleged Louis criticized Lauren for accepting donations 2 days after the killing, and also tried to poke holes in Lauren's story of how she stayed in bed during the year after her son's murder, alleging that the woman had actually traveled all around the world doing press tours. He also wrote that he didn't send any of the pictures of the body to Breck's siblings. Lauren would also launch a lawsuit against Surrey and Essex police forces over the handling of their case, after the Independent Police Complaints Commission found that the operator and her supervisor during Lauren's 999 call lacked the knowledge of dealing with grooming concerns, and it was also found that there were previous reports on Louis Dane that were never followed up on. There have been many documentaries released about this sad case over the years. A stage play was even written about it in 2019 that centered around the grooming incident as reported by Breck's friends and family. This next story involves a Minecraft PvP hacking war that resulted in players getting thrown.
Dude, I don't blame the mom. The mom do whatever she could to protect her kid. Basically called the cop, taking the electronic away from him, but he's still doing it. That goddamn fucker doing this shit and try to paint. Oh yeah, I do already bad thing, but the mom also do bad. No, you groom and kill a child. Fucking stupid ass, dumbass. Yeah.
Thrown in jail. Allow me to introduce you to the Apophis Squad. The Apophis Squad were a collection of swatters and hackers that organized together to cause chaos on the internet. Their reputation preceded them, as they are known for making threatening phone calls, sending false reports of violent school attacks through email, as well as launching DDoS attacks on websites. They also serve as a hacker-for-hire hitman agency of sorts, and allegedly can be paid to swat your online enemies. But to be frank, their main focus isn't money or providing services, it's simply to create chaos. And in 2018, a few members of the Apophis Squad would do just that, putting many lives in danger. Between January and August of 2018, members of the Apophis Squad went on a complete rampage, cyber-attacking over 86 school districts across the United States and the United Kingdom, sending multiple threats using spoofed emails, which included the mayor of London, where they used the mayor's email to send threats about rocket-propelled grenades being planted under school buses and landmines located within the school that would go off if school wasn't canceled.
Apophis Squad is an interesting bunch. They claim they were not happy with the way that, quote, schools let these boys and girls dress and not worship Allah the God. They said that students needed to follow the rules or be killed. An email from them read as following: student report, staff only. Hello, a male student.
Is it a bunch of kids doing this shit or? Oh no, I don't.
It will be sent into your campus as you start the day. He will look normal, but what is in his bag is a bomb. The explosive that is in the 2 plastic bottles is called Anfo. It's a very powerful explosive. The point is that when you put this school on lockdown, this student will set off the bomb and will kill every student in the room and maybe the rooms next to it. It got so bad that a Twitter account claiming to be represented by the Apophis Squad asked their followers for cash in exchange for them swatting their schools so they'd have a day off. All of this insanity caused hundreds of schools to be on high alert and
No way, Z people like older than 18.
Evacuated as parents were told to collect their children after they had received false bomb threats. Later, however, Sky News would find that a lot of these emails were being spoofed to look like they were being sent from a Minecraft PvP server called Velt PvP. This server is apparently a server with a highly popular game mode in Minecraft called Hardcore Factions, which from what I can understand is an intense sort of Minecraft PvP mode where it's so competitive that like when guys get killed, they're willing to fucking hack each other to fuck each other over. And it's so insane that there's like rings of people doing this. I want to give a shout out to the YouTuber Law and Lore, who does a good job exploring how Minecraft was involved with the Apophis Squad.
How's it even possible?
Basically, it was like an all-out online war between 2 rival Minecraft servers that started out as harmless trolling and then escalated into frantic carnage that put many lives in danger. Sky News was even able to get in contact with one of the anonymous users responsible for sending the hoax emails. When asked if he regretted frightening school children, the hoaxer replied, "It's horrible. It's not the nicest thing." He added that the reaction from schools showed failures on their part and understood that there was a chance that he would be arrested. When asked if he felt remorse, he said, "Mentally, kind of yes. That's human nature,
Awful
but with the
microfaction,
community,
yeah,
you
they
have
have
to
really-
become very
really
thick-skinned or you'll get exploited." He said that he wasn't going to lose sleep over it. The goal in turn was to make it look like the Velt PvP server was responsible for all the false reports and bomb threats, along with other rival Minecraft servers. In a statement, Velt PvP said, "We're being harassed by a group of cyber criminals that are trying to harass us in any way possible. We're extremely sorry for anyone who had to deal with this, but just know it's fake." This didn't stop here, however, as more crimes were committed, which included DDoSing and virtually vandalizing websites, basically holding the websites hostage and
Why,
demanding Bitcoin as a ransom payment. Another member called the FBI field office in Omaha, Nebraska on several occasions, reporting that they were deploying Ebola or anthrax in the office, and also threatened to rape and kill the wife of FBI personnel. Squad
What the
also
fuck?
reportedly hacked and defaced a website from a university in Colombia, blasting a picture of Adolf Hitler on the website, holding a sign saying, quote, "You are hacked by Apophis Squad." The problem with attacks such as these is it's on the internet and it can be quite difficult to track down the culprits. But on this occasion, it seemed the hackers and swatters had left a massive trail of breadcrumbs leading right to them. You see, one of their last DDoS attacks was against the email website Proton Mail. And Proton Mail doesn't fuck around. They tracked all of the information of these guys' digital footprints down and sent them to respected agencies, such as the feds. On the morning of February 12, 2019, Apophis Squad member, 20-year-old Timothy Dalton Vaughn of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, who went by the name Wanted by Feds and Hacker R Us, was arrested. There was also a second member in the indictment, George Duke Cohen, who was 19 years old from Hertfordshire, United Kingdom, going by the name Digital Crimes. He had already been serving a prison sentence in Britain due to him making a false report towards an airliner traveling from London to San Francisco. Both had been charged due to the cybercrimes that were reported back in 2018. It seemed Vaughn had been caught bragging about his actions in a forum, stating that Apophis Squad had targeted over 2,000 schools in the United States and more than 400 in the United Kingdom. Duke Cohen was also alleged to be the one behind the Twitter account taking credit for the hoax emails on behalf of Apophis Squad. On April 28th of 2018, he tweeted that he was, quote, "planning to hit as many schools as possible on Monday. We hope that anyone just wants to have a day off or get out of that math test you have will email us any schools." We are working hard on getting 100,000 emails.
What
Crazy
the?
thing is that George Duke Cohen had already been caught red-handed in 2018, and in turn was arrested, kicked out of school, and ordered not to get on the internet after making bail. But then he did it again and was thus arrested and again made bail. But that didn't stop him. Third time's the charm, and that's when he made the hoax threat towards the airlines and was finally arrested, this time kept in prison. Both Vaughn and Cohen were charged with conspiracy and 8 additional felony offenses, including making threats to injure interstate commerce and making interstate threats involving
I do dumb shit as a kid, right? But I never thinking of even doing this type of shit. Like, what the actual fuck? Like, oh yeah, I don't want to do tests today. I don't want to go to school. Why don't you skip school? Like, why the fuck do you have to do this thing? Like, cause this is like the most retarded shit you can ever done.
explosives. Vaughn is additionally charged with intentionally damaging a computer and interstate threat to damage a protected computer with intent to extort. However, this would not be all for Vaughn, as while searching his computers, the authorities found that he was in possession of nearly 200 sexually explicit images and videos depicting children, including at least one depicting the image of a toddler. In November of 2019, Vaughn pled guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to convey threats to injure, convey false information concerning use of explosive device, and intentionally damaging a computer, 1 count of computer hacking, and 1 count of possession of child pornography. In November of 2020, Vaughn was sentenced to 95 months for the CP possession and 60 months for the other charges. George Duke Cohen was only
a few 60 months, so it's not even 10 years.
Sentenced to 3 years in a UK prison in 2018, but faced possible extradition requests that reportedly were never pursued. His mother did say in an article from June of 2019 that, quote, "I am proud of the fact that he came clean. Prison is doing him good as he has to grow up." I'd like to again thank Delete Me for sponsoring today's video. Click the link in the description.
The last crime, I thought it's just a bunch of kids doing stuff, kind of, you know, just don't want to go to school. But what the fuck is those kids actually committing a huge fucking crime? What the actual, like, yeah, like this, I don't know what to say, like ZPO, like a huge fucking problem. But yeah, I think can also get normal people, like normal people, so who is a life sentence. Yeah, he has such a life sentence for commit like holding the actual child exploit material. Why? Dude, here's the thing. For me, if you commit like that actual type crime, I would say 10 year minimum, and 10 year minimum. If you actually the one who creating that material, can perma jail, like you basically forfeit your right to be called human. Like those crime, I think murder and all the stuff is a crime people can just justify, like some stuff like that, right? If you accidentally kill someone, you can be charged with manslaughter. Funny enough, if you watching a lot of crime videos, there are like I guess murder, like first degree, second degree, and third degree murder. Either third degree or murder, it depends on how the person act on it. But like, or if you actually pushing someone, like you hit and they hit the head on the ground, they die. And if you don't mean to kill him, you basically had a lighter sentence. And if you try to defend yourself, it also consider a lesser sentence type thing, like because you self defend, right? But when it comes to when your crime relate to children, there's nothing justified. Like if you assault a kid, why did you assault a kid? Huh? Because that kid making fun of you, so you need to punch him. Why don't you just ignore him? That thing, so yeah. And even worse, if that everything is related to like sexual assault to kid, I just want you to go into the wood chipper paper if you actually commit such type of crime, you know. But yeah, the last case start off with bunch of teenagers doesn't want to go to school, and who would have guessed that some of the kids there actually holding illegal material. Well, at least them going to jail rather than scot free because they consider a teenager or something. But yeah, I'm thinking I'm done streaming today. I'm gonna head off. I will stream tomorrow though. I think the person who killed Peter says saw me streaming. Yup, I agree. The Minecraft murder, this dude never need to see the light of day. He groomed and killed a child, so no fucking way he allowed to go out of prison. But yeah, that's it for me. So I'm gonna stream tomorrow. See you next time. Bye bye.